big. But everybody was doing backflips over the Cora extension, keeping him here because everyone
100%.
thought for sure he was going to bail to go somewhere else, maybe even the Dodgers, or just kick upstairs and be in somebody's front office. Like, there were real concerns about that. And so that's part of the reason why I say, like, I have a lot of faith in what Cora is going to do, because I think you're right. I think he knows that he's calling the shots right now, and what he says goes. And if you don't like it, it's going to be tough for you to have a spot here.
Yeah, I think I kind of look at this as just kind of almost like a whole new Red Sox now. It's like, to me, you're right. Alex Cora is and has been the face of the Red Sox now for the last couple years. Like, they wanted it to be Rafael Devers, but in reality, they signed that contract out of desperation. It's guys at Winter Weekend yelling, "Pay Rafi, pay anybody," because they wouldn't pay Mookie Betts. They traded him. They wouldn't pay Xander Bogaerts. They let him walk in. So it was almost a move of desperation that they even paid Rafael Devers in the first place. And Alex Cora has been the one who has had to stand up there in front of the media and answer all these questions. Rafael Devers, a lot of times, just like wouldn't even talk to the media, and he'd use the language barrier as a reason not to, and kind of just shy away from doing it. He doesn't want to stand in front of the cameras. He has no desire to do that. Whereas Cora has taken every sling and arrow that's been thrown at him, and he's moved along, and now he's kind of come out on the other side better for it.
Let's grab a call here, because something also just came out, a little football news piece that you're going to be very interested in.
Okay.
So let's grab a baseball call, because I know people want to talk baseball, and then we'll get to this.
John in Newton. What's up, John?
So Bregman's contract, Mego just mentioned, this is a short-term deal. If he has a good season, he's going to opt out after year one. We're still going to have a third base problem. That's not a reason necessarily to keep Raffy there, but it's something to think about.
All right. Thanks for the call, John. Yeah, I mean, it is a short-term deal. He may not be here for very long, but that's the thing, right? If he's playing awesome, that means your team's doing really, really well. Mm-hmm. And I think that's just a win for the Red Sox.
Yeah, and the opt-out, look, is he probably going to want to go out and test the market and get paid? Yeah, but like let's not make tomorrow's problems today's problems. And I would say that Rafi at third is going to be a growing problem anyway.
Yeah.
It's not like you're like, oh no, you're losing such a great third baseman because you put him over at DH when Bregman was here and now you have to start from square one. I just don't think you're losing that much.
It's Mego and Shime here on Boston Sports Original WEEI. Mego, you said there's NFL news.
Yes.
I cannot focus until you give me what this NFL news is. I'll be completely honest.
Tom Pelissero. This is a little bit surprising to me, but I want to get your take on this.
Okay.
This is just from Yahoo Sports.
Is this Patriots related?
10:51. The Rams have given Matthew Stafford's agent permission to speak to other tears.
What?
Per Tom Pelissero.
Really?
Isn't that weird?
So that means that Stafford wants to play and the Rams don't want him?
That's
that's
how I would. I'm over.
Interesting.
I'm moving over to Pelissero's timeline, and I'm not seeing it, so I'm guessing it's something that he just said.
Yahoo
on
Sports
TV.
tweeted it too.
Yahoo Sports tweeted it. I'm not. This is not.
It's not just some
Ball
aggregator. Yeah.
No, this is the real 570K followers with the little yellow check mark, whatever that means.
Interesting.
Yeah. Per report, the Rams have given Matthew Stafford's agent permission to speak to other teams.
I don't know what to make of that. I don't know if. To me, that indicates one of two things. It's either Sean McVay believes and really likes Sam Darnold and believes that he's going to be a free agent and has a chance to sign him. Because I just don't see, I don't think you get rid of Stafford to bring in Rodgers when you've had this long-standing relationship with Stafford. So that's the only free agent quarterback I can see.
I would never bring in Rodgers over Stafford
not
at
a
this
day
point
in,
in both of their careers.
Nope, not even close. Especially when Stafford's been with the team for years and won a Super Bowl there. So that to me doesn't seem like it. So it's really just Sam Darnold. Or Sean McVay really likes a quarterback in this draft and he knows he's going to get him.
Who would he like that much?
Look, this happened at the beginning of the week. I put in my mock draft that Sean McVay was going to take a quarterback with his first round pick. It might be Jackson Dart.
What?
Yeah, I don't
smoking dart.
I don't think it's I haven't been super high on Jackson Dart. I didn't think he was a great first round talent. I thought, he was probably going to be one of those quarterbacks you take a second round flyer on, see if you can develop him, your Jimmy Garoppolo style of the world. But this indicates to me that McVay feels very comfortable with a direction at quarterback, which they don't currently have on the roster. And so that means it has to be he knows he can get Sam Darnold, or he really likes a quarterback in this draft that he knows he's going to get. Because there's no the Rams would have to sell the world to move from, I think it's 23 or 26 all the way up to 3 or 4 in order to draft one of the top 2 quarterbacks. There's just no way they can do that.
I just don't get this. So it looks like Pelissero was saying this maybe on the Rich Eisen show late yesterday. I don't know how I missed this. You didn't see this anywhere yesterday,
I had
did
no
you?
idea.
It looks like it's a real report. And I just think that's odd because I guess maybe both sides, or the Rams side, I should say, just really expected him to retire. And that they would just be done. And maybe they already have, like, as you said, a plan that they're moving forward with. Would you go to Sam Darnold over Matthew Stafford right now? I mean, they're kind of acting like Stafford's like 42.
Yeah, but I mean, Stafford's old, and he's been banged up a lot in his career, so he's close to done. Like, he is very, very close to done. And I think my assumption is now that I see this report is that at the end of those seasons, those whispers about Stafford retiring were Rams whispers. They were them trying to put out any information they could to almost push Stafford out and encourage him to retire so that they didn't have to do this.
Yikes.
Because I think Sean and Matt have a very, very good relationship. I have no reason to believe otherwise. I know Sean McVay was like chomping at the bit to trade for him in the first place, and then they won a Super Bowl together that very first year. And so it makes sense from the perspective that clearly the Rams are trying to get younger. They're going to move on from Cooper Kupp. Now they're moving on from Matthew Stafford. They're really focusing on Puka Nacua, their young defense, and building that way. And so that tracks. It all makes sense, but I just don't believe Les Snead and Sean McVay would move in this direction if they did not have a plan in place already.
617-779-7937 if you want to chime in on anything Boston Red Sox with the Bregman, Devers / Tristan Casas trifecta of chaos that's happening with them, or this NFL news about Matthew Stafford potentially moving on from the Rams. Do you think there's any chance that the Jets would go for him after the Aaron Rodgers fiasco they just went through?
Yeah, so
Are they just addicted to aging quarterbacks?
No, I don't think they're addicted. I think because it seems like the Jets are seriously interested in a rookie quarterback in the draft. Like, I believe there are reports out that they have inquired at the very least about the first overall pick and what it would cost to get up there in order to draft Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders. I guess I don't really know which one they would prefer, but it seems like they are interested in the young rookie quarterbacks. But where they are picking at 7, they're behind 3-4 teams that need a quarterback. So if it falls to them where they can't draft a quarterback, Matthew Stafford's a great option. Like, he's really, really good. He almost beat the Eagles in a playoff game this year, and he was the only guy to do it.
If you're worried about Garrett Wilson getting seriously disgruntled, where it seems like he's been at least disappointed over the last couple of years, having to play with Zach Wilson and then the awful Aaron Rodgers experience. Like, yeah, I would think that maybe Matthew Stafford would make sense to try to keep some of your team together. It's such a bizarre wrinkle.
The other thing, too, is, like, if you go get a guy like Matthew Stafford, it makes it much easier for you to keep Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson on the team.
Yeah.
Like, you give Devontae Adams a reason for staying. And I mean, I don't know if anybody's watched the Rams over the last couple of years. All he has done, Stafford, is just funnel targets to Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. That's all he's done for like multiple years now. That's all he wants to do. He picks his 2 guys and he just funnels targets in that direction.
Even if you didn't watch the Rams, you watched them against the Patriots probably, and you got to see that experience in the second half of that game.
You got to see it live.
Yeah,
they went live and impressive.
That was pretty brutal. That was a really interesting defensive game plan that they went in with and decided not to adjust, but I'm sure we did like 3 whole shows on that.
We can actually hear Tom Pelissero talking about the news of Matthew Stafford being told he can speak to other teams.
And my understanding has been that the Rams have been in conversations with his agent, that they've also given his agent permission to talk to other clubs and just figure out, hey, if he became available, if there were a trade, what would the numbers be elsewhere here? And that takes care of multiple things. It takes care of, number one, what Matthew Stafford could get if we got to a trade, because you wouldn't be able to execute a Matthew Stafford trade without having a new deal in place. But also, it gives the Rams an idea and Stafford an idea of, hey, we're going to try to work together. Are we going to be able to work out a new contract to keep him in L.A.?
So that was Pelissero on the Rich Eisen show. He's trying. It seems to me he's trying to make it sound like Stafford and the Rams are working together, but the Rams would not give him permission to look at other teams if the Rams did not plan to move on from him.
Yeah.
Like if the Rams wanted to rework his contract and keep him around, this wouldn't have even been a thing.
Well, unless they are confident that he would look around, get an idea, and the Patriots used to do this with Devin McCourty and Julian Edelman. Let them look around, get an idea of what their market is actually like as a reality check, and then come back and say, see, what we're offering you is probably the best that you're going to get, and you like it here, so don't you want to stay here? But here's the thing, is that the free agency for quarterbacks is pretty miserable this season.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Sam Darnold,
A lot of
maybe,
veterans.
and you got who you could go for, and then Kirk Cousins. I mean, like,
I don't
if you want to go into
781
that.
Tex thinks he wants Kirk Cousins. I don't think
Yeah,
that's
I
the
just
case.
saw that. That doesn't make sense to me.
No.
I don't know. I would take Matthew Stafford over Kirk Cousins at this point.
Every single day.
And they're pretty. I mean, if you're worried about the age, like, and where your
I think
future
they're
is,
about the same age. aren't
they're.
they?
I think they might be. I think.
Cousins is 36, Stafford's 37.
I was gonna say I think there's 1 year apart, so
Yeah.
that makes sense.
It's like 6 months.
But you get into like the Jameis Winston, Joe Flacco business
Russell
really
Wilson, Justin
quickly,
Fields.
yeah, in free agency, or like if you're just looking for somebody who you think could shake loose in a trade.
I would want Matthew
So that's
Stafford over all these guys.
That's a dangerous prospect if you're trying to have some leverage over the situation and say like, go back and test the waters. When you come back here, you'll see how good our offer is.
So if somehow he did like hit free agency, like they cut him or something, and he became available, do you think the want for him across the league would be pretty high, right?
I would think so. Somebody must.
Well, because my thought is, if there isn't a ton of ask, like, would it be a bad idea if you brought him in to back up Drake May?
Yes.
Really?
That doesn't make sense to me.
It
Why would
doesn't?
you have so many needs on your roster right now?
No, I know, but I get that. But you also have just a gajillion dollars in cap space
I know.
to the point where you're not going to be able to spend it all anyways.
I get that, but like, is Stafford really going to want to come in and be a backup for a
He may not.
sophomore quarterback?
And yeah, he definitely may not. I was just thinking, like, is there a better guy? Is there a better guy in football right now for a young quarterback to learn from? than
Maybe
Matthew
if he had already been demoted to being a backup in LA,
Stafford? Okay.
then I think
Gotcha.
that
Yeah,
would
that
have
makes
made
sense.
a lot of sense.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's likely. I just wanted to pose the idea just because, like, if I want Drake May to learn anything from anybody, it would be Matthew
Oh,
Stafford.
yeah, I
football
think
right now.
he's so excellent, and it's kind of interesting where, like, that could also be a situation where it could backfire if the Patriots continue to be inept
Yeah.
in the way that they're organized, because then you could have a Matthew Stafford walking in and saying, I went through this with the Lions, and I really loved it there, and I loved Detroit as a fan base, but I wanted to win. You don't want somebody showing Drake May the way out of town.
True. Very true.
So there's like a little of that, but I don't really see that as like a realistic fit.
Yeah, I think 508 texture makes a lot of sense. Stafford would be perfect in Pittsburgh. Yeah, he would fit perfect with Mike
Yeah.
Tomlin.
That would be, I mean, Pittsburgh,
And
I
if
think you're right about the Jets.
And Pittsburgh's looking for a quarterback.
Yeah,
They moved
as
on from
always.
Russell Wilson. They don't want to re-sign Justin Fields. Like, and so I think that's another reason why I don't think
What about Vegas?
Vegas would love Matthew Stafford, and it's a low moving cost. You know,
This
moving
is why,
from
this
LA
is
to
why the
Vegas.
Rams have got to just not want him anymore.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't
It's
think they're saying
too
test the
risky.
market thing
It's too
because the
risky.
Raiders would be happy to do that. Then they don't have to worry about like risking not getting Shedeur Sanders in the draft, and then they can draft a later round guy and hopefully he develops under Matthew Stafford. And I think Pittsburgh is the perfect choice for him because they're a playoff team that has had bad quarterback play now for a couple of years, and they just need a guy who can come in and be good. And Stafford would do that almost immediately.
It would
So-
just be a problem if he went to the Jets, for real.
Yeah, it would be for the New England Patriots a problem if you went to the Jets. I don't know. I think the Jets want to go younger. That's what all signs indicate that they like the rookie quarterback class. So I don't see him going to the Jets, which would be fortunate for you. That would be good. We don't want him to the Jets. Outside of that, I would love to see him basically anywhere. I love Matthew Stafford. He's one of my favorite quarterbacks in football. I think he is one of the more underappreciated talents the sport has had over the last 20, 30 years. So,
Absolutely.
617-779-7937. Scott in Maine wants to weigh in on Stafford. What's up, Scott?
Yeah, you guys are forgetting about one potential option for the Rams, and I know you're probably not going to like this, but maybe the Rams have a deal in place to trade for Joe Milton. I mean, can you imagine a young stud like Milton on a very cost-effective rookie contract? What the LA Rams could do with something like that?
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, I will not be entertaining any Joe Milton from Matthew Stafford.
Stud doing a lot of work.
Was he trying to propose that as like a 1-to-1?
No, I think he was just saying like maybe the Rams want to trade for Joe Milton and make him the starting quarterback. I assure you,
Why?
no one in football wants to make Joe Milton their starting
I
quarterback.
love Joe Milton, and he's
I think he looks
such
like a
a
lot of fun.
fabulous guy.
He seems like
And
it.
he's so fun, and I would love to see him be the backup here because I think he's fantastic.
But he's also a 6th round pick.
yeah, you
He played in one game that the Bills wanted to lose so that you didn't get the first overall pick.
you've seen him
Holy
against
smokes.
backups and backups to the backups in every sense, whether it's preseason or the second half of that Bills game. It's fun to watch,
Yep.
but it's not realistic for. I think as a starter, maybe he's further developing. Like that'd be awesome too.
You and I have done a solid amount of shows together recently, and I believe we'll be doing more together in the future. I would like to propose a rule: no stupid Joe Milton trade conversations.
Good luck.
That's my one bit of rule. 617-779-7937. If you want to weigh in, you can call in. That same number. You can text us as well. You can reach us on Twitter at ShineTime at Megan_Ottolini. We'll be back with more of Mego and Shine here on Boston Sports Original WEEI.
Even though the real feels are in the single digits, opening day is only 5 weeks away. Rafael Devers is not human. Spring, live, coming soon on your home for the Sox. WEEI.
Time to tackle my to-do list.
You mean all those doctor's appointments you've been putting off?
Exactly. I think this is eye exam.
Just book one on ZocDoc. You can search all kinds of doctors by availability, specialty, location, and read reviews from real patients.
Okay, what about a primary care doc and a dermatologist?
Again, ZocDoc. Gastroenterologist next?
Nope. Brunch.
You've got options. Download the free ZocDoc app to book today.
Squadron commander. Outbound. Protect. Plus soccer coach. Bring it in, submarine hunter.
Contact acquired.
And big sky hunter.
See the Big Dipper?
Navy health benefits.
Open wide for me.
Plus some everyday perks.
Hey, buddy. I'm home early.
Never missing out. Never missing out.
Happy birthday to
America's Navy Reserve. It's everything you love about the Navy, plus everything else you just love. Learn more at NavyReserve.com.
Lowe's knows the deals you're looking for. Shop now and get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, get an extra 10% off select appliances when you spend $699 or more on GE appliances. GE ranges cut down cook time with no preheat air fry and pizza modes. And speed up cleanup with a removable easy wash oven tray. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 2/6 through 2/26. Easy wash oven tray guaranteed to fit in all GE appliance dishwashers.
Beat the fur in our newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cozy sweaters, comfy flannels, and your favorite trend-right jeans. Visit American Eagle in store or shop online at ae.com.
Whether you're on the water, hitting the trails, or soaking up the sun, Shaded Precision Eyewear provides superior protection and clarity. Since life's too short to compromise on quality, visit SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use code PLAY20 to get 20% off your purchase.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have fun, honey. I'll pick you up after practice. Okay, I have an hour. What to do? I should probably go to the store.
When you stop at golf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
We need laundry detergent and what else?
So you can think about other things.
Not paper towels. But what else do I need to get?
And with the Golf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Golf. It all starts here.
The Rhode Island Lottery's numbers game has turned up the heat. From February 9th to March 9th, when you spend $5 or more on a single numbers ticket, you'll get a free $1 bingo draw game ticket. That's right, 2 games to play for the price of 1. So why wait? Head to your favorite Rhode Island Lottery retailer and get your game on. Play the numbers and bingo games today. As always, please play responsibly. When we started writing our thoughts down on paper, it opened up endless possibilities. Ideas could grow beyond the borders of the mind, and it changed the world. Somewhere along the way, we lost touch with paper, distracted by devices made for every purpose except for thinking and focus. On edge, waiting for the next notification. But what if new technology didn't pull us away from paper, but brought us closer to it? Listen. That's not paper. It's the sound of the new Remarkable Paper Pro, rewriting the future. A paper tablet with a true color ink display, gentle reading light, and unheard of tactility. With digital features for taking notes, thinking, and organizing, without any distractions. Paper is about to change the world again. Get your paper tablet at remarkable.com today. Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin. Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
You're listening to Mega and Shine on WEI.
You know, you just realize at a certain point that, you might be on a trajectory of whatever people want to call it, have a legendary career, all-time great or whatever. And just, you see the impact that he had on the game of basketball and obviously with the Celtics, winning 3 championships, 3 MVPs in a row, which is incredible. You just subtly start to see that, we both scored 60 points a game. You start getting mentioned and the only other Celtic to do this. And obviously once you win a championship, it's like, all right, you can be in those rooms with the Celtics legends. And, but it doesn't just stop at one. You obviously got to win multiple, and that's what we're trying to do. And, I always wanted to be the best. And he's, in my opinion, the best Celtic ever. He did it the right way. And he's a great guy to chase these things.
Mega and Shine here on Boston Sports Original WEI. That was Jason Tatum saying he's trying to chase the greatest Celtic ever, Larry Bird. Mego, I know you disagree with him, that Larry Bird, not the greatest Celtic ever, but no. But do you think he can catch Larry Bird? Do you think Jason Tatum is in a position right now where he would be able to catch Larry Bird and really put himself at least in the conversation with Larry Bird and Bill Russell?
So I think the attributes that he pointed out there are just really difficult to do in the modern NBA.
Yeah.
3 championships would be really excellent for the Jays. I think that's attainable. They got the one. I think they could repeat this year, and then could Tatum get another one? I don't know, 2 years from now, are they going to three-peat? I think that would be really difficult. Nobody's done that since the Lakers in the early on.
Kobe and Shaq.
Yeah.
Lakers, yeah.
So I think they could get the 3 championships, but the 3 MVPs in a row, that's really difficult. I mean, Tatum at this point, part of it has to do with the roster around him and how early he is. He's only 26. But he's finishing 3rd and 4th in MVP conversations. In last year's vote, he finished 6th, so he wasn't even top 5. That if you're just trying to look at the attributes of the 2 guys and say, well, this guy has this many MVPs, that's tough to do.
Yeah, I think he's going to have plenty of the counting numbers, right? Your points, your 3 points, like your rebounds, assists, all of that, I think Tatum will be able to acquire. And theoretically, Tatum should have a longer career. Like, it's just today's athletes are more durable. It's easier to play deeper into your, late 30s and your 40s, and he's not dealing with the same kind of injury issues that Larry Bird was dealing with. And so, longevity-wise, Tatum can accrue all of those stats and really make a push in that direction. But I think you're right. Like, he's already getting penalized for being on a great team and not winning MVPs. Like, it's going to be very difficult for him to ever. It's going to be hard for him to win one MVP, let alone 3 in a row.
I think like what the important context to put around this is Tatum had a bigger fish in the pond when Kyrie Irving was here.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be Kyrie's team. It was supposed to really be Kyrie and Gordon Hayward's team when they put that roster together. And then Tatum was growing into the guy that he was growing into, and much more quickly than I think anybody expected, even when Danny Ainge drafted him. And now you put this, what's really become a super team around with Porzingis, with Drew Holiday, on top of Jaylen Brown. Derek White's developed into somebody who's like in fringe all-star conversations over the last 2 years. Does anyone, honestly, I'm asking from the perspective of the old heads out there, like you, Larry Bird stands. Did you feel like Larry Bird ever got knocked for having Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish there, or even Bill Walton there? Like, was there ever somebody taking away from Larry Bird saying, well, look at the team around him. The team around him is so good. How can you give him most valuable player when the roster is so good? And I think maybe we just look at the league differently now than at that time. So that's the other part is I do think it's harder to emerge as this transcendent talent in the NBA now. To be a superstar in the NBA now, I almost think it's tougher because the talent is deep and you're just in the conversation with a lot of different guys, and it seems like it's a fluid conversation season to season where it's Jokic dominating for like 3 years. It's Curry taking over the league for 7 to 12 years. LeBron is still always there. Can he please just age out of this finally because he's not even playing in All-Star games? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, to put yourself in conversation with Larry Bird, it's one thing to say, I want people in Boston to think of me this way. But I also think from a league perspective, that's just like good for Tatum for like chasing that. But that's just this really high bar.
I also think, and I feel this way especially about football, but I think just in general, MVP trophies are a lot of times storyline awards.
So narrative.
There's such a narrative-based award. That's why Josh Allen won this year instead of Lamar Jackson. Like, every indication is that Lamar Jackson played better quarterback.
I think that was pretty tight, though.
But I think Josh won because of the narrative. Like, this was finally Josh Allen's year, and I think you've seen that before. Like in Lamar Jackson's first MVP, right? Like, it was just this kid came out of nowhere and he lit the world on fire. Like, of course we're going to give it to him, even if there's other guys that might statistically be playing better than him or get farther than him or have more wins than him. And I think when you look back at Larry Bird's MVPs, like, him and Magic were the faces of basketball. Like, he was leading one of the best teams in basketball every year to the number one seed in the Eastern Conference Finals and into the finals. Like, he made, 4 straight finals, almost made a 5th. He made it to the Eastern Conference Finals in that 5th year. Like, it's a narrative-based thing, and I just think that in the narrative around the Celtics right now is that the team is great. It's not that Jason Tatum is amazing and leading this team, even if he's playing the best basketball of his life, and clearly the number one guy, the alpha on this team. Like, the narrative elsewhere around the NBA is that, the Celtics are just like an insanely well-built roster.
Yeah, and I think from Tatum's perspective individually, again, I wasn't there. I was not on the earth yet. But when it was the height of Magic and Bird, it seems like the rest of the league was reacting to that.
Yes.
And trying to respond to that, trying to get in the conversation of that. It doesn't feel like the rest of the league is at the point where they're responding to Tatum SGA or even Tatum Luka. Now, I think that the rest of the league is responding to the Celtics, and especially what the Celtics have done from a shooting perspective of being so analytically obsessed with the three-point attempts.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I agree. Like, I think the difference is that it's not Tatum taking over the league yet. It's not even about like being the face of the league from the perspective of marketing, of being the all-star, of all this stuff.
But there's no
it's
narrative.
it's the play style of people like saying, I think Tatum has the chance to grow into it, but the play style of people looking at it and saying, God, we gotta like fix for Tatum. God, we gotta change our lineup for Tatum. I think that will happen, but I don't think it's happened yet.
617-779-7937. We're going to continue with the Celtics here on Mego and Chime on Boston Sports Original WEEI.
Jones and Keefe.
What's going on this week, Tom? I wonder about the Josh McDaniels-Devontae Adams relationship and whether or not when Devontae Adams is released, there is an ability to convince him to come here for the money that they're not going to spend on fee tickets. 2 years, $65 million. Come on in here. Guaranteed. Come on in, Devontae.
Did you miss something? Listen to the podcast on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. Jones and Keefe, middays 10 to 2 on New England Sports Original WEEI.
Hey, I have a secret. I use Secret Whole Body Deodorant because more than just my armpits stink. Whoa. Can I use it with my bra wraps under my... Oh, yeah. And what about down there? You know, my... Totally. 4 out of 5 gynecologists would recommend it. So I tried it, and now I get 72 hours of freshness. From my pits to my... Ooh, I love that it's a spray. Me too. And it comes in sticks and cream too. Go get yours. Secret Whole Body Deodorant.
Lowe's knows everyone loves a good deal. Shop now and get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, get an extra 10% off select appliances when you spend $699 or more on GE appliances. Like the Lowe's exclusive GE Profile Washer-Dryer Combo with pet hair removal. Wash and dry a full load of laundry in about 2 hours in one machine. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 26 through 226, based on completing normal wash and dry cycle with Eco-Dry using a 10-pound load in about 2 hours.
Beat the fur in our newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cozy sweaters, comfy flannels, and your favorite trend-right jeans. Visit American Eagle in store or shop online at ae.com. This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and a scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Geico's motorcycle expertise means I'm covered by people who know bikes like I do. I'm happy as a clam.
Disclaimer, no conclusive scientific research has shown clams can experience happiness.
It just meant that I feel really good about my coverage.
I mean, even if you took the clam out for the best day ever, visiting the zoo, taking a scenic ride, knowing you're insured by specialists, and sharing a strawberry ice cream cone together, the clam would not feel happy, and your strawberry cone would taste sort of clammy.
Ew.
Geico's motorcycle specialists who know bikes like you do assume no liability for clammy ice cream cones. Geico. Expertise for your motorcycle.
Whether you're on the water, hitting the trails, or soaking up the sun, Shade Precision Eyewear provides superior protection and clarity. Since life's too short to compromise on quality, visit SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use code PLAY20 to get 20% off your purchase.
This traffic is terrible.
When you stop at golf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
I wonder if I could take 16th to Main Street.
So you can concentrate on other things.
Or exit 20th to Grand, then cut over to Main? No, never mind, that would be way worse.
And with the Golf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Golf. It all starts here.
The Rhode Island Lottery's numbers game has turned up the heat. From February 9th to March 9th, when you spend $5 or more on a single numbers ticket, you'll get a free $1 bingo draw game ticket. That's right, 2 games to play for the price of 1. So why wait? Head to your favorite Rhode Island Lottery retailer and get your game on. Play the numbers and bingo games today. As always, please play responsibly.
Lowe's knows that the start of a new year means a new appliance. That's why during President's Day, you can get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, get an extra 10% off select appliances when you spend $699 or more on appliances like LG, America's most reliable line of home appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 2/6 through 2/26. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
If winter weather means you're spending more time indoors, why not make your space more inviting? Well, Macy's is here for you. Our President's Day sale is going on right now with big savings on what you need to refresh your entire home. 20 to 60% off. Up to 60% off new furniture, mattresses, and more. And when you come into Macy's this weekend, you can treat yourself to an extra 20% off clearance throughout the store. Whether you're in the mood to refresh your home or wardrobe, Macy's has the President's Day deals you need now. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply. What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI FM HD1, Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey sports station. Time now for Mego and Shine on WEEI.
Mego and Shine here on Boston Sports Original WEEI, 617-779-7937. Call in, you can text to that number as well.
Don't text stupid stuff, though, because some of you guys are being
Mego got
stupid.
pissed.
Some of you being stupid.
Mego got really mad at people in the text line.
Here's the thing. Jason Tatum invited the comparison to Larry Bird because he says that that's who he's chasing. And I think that's a worthy bar to set for yourself. That is a high bar. But if you want to chase that, awesome. Like, imagine if he had said out loud, I'm chasing Kobe. Yeah. Like, people would be like, why would you chase Larry Bird?
Yeah, exactly.
So good. You're chasing Larry Bird, but you invite the comparisons to yourself and Larry Bird in his era of NBA basketball. What I don't like are the comparisons that are wildly inaccurate, like the 603 area code number that texted in. Bird played on both sides of the floor. Tatum doesn't. Excuse me, what are you talking about? Tatum is a great defender and a much better defender than Larry Bird was. I love Larry Bird, but let's not pretend like Larry Bird was known for his defensive prowess. He was an offensive superstar, and Jason Tatum is an all-around elite player. Like, he's not going to be all defense, but he's a great defender. Like, if you look at his stats of what he adds box score wise when he's on the floor defensively, I mean, for his usage level, he is a very, very great defender. So don't come at me with that Jason Tatum doesn't play both sides of the floor. All right, you can talk that talk about Luka. You can. I don't know if you're allowed to talk that talk when you're in Dallas anymore because there's a censorship going on down there. You can talk that talk about Luka. You can talk that talk about some other players. You can't talk that about Jason Tatum.
Yeah, you want to bring that in, that conversation into play on LeBron sometimes? Yeah, the guy takes days off left and right, especially in the games. He just wants to play offense. I get it. Alex Ovechkin did it a lot in hockey. There's players that just do that across every sport. They're just like, yeah, I want to be really good offensively, and then just defensively, I don't really care.
It's just goofy. I think this is a legit conversation, though. So 401 says Larry was just a lot more dominant than Jason is. Jason doesn't have that swagger that gets the attention.
So I think that the second half of that statement is actually correct.
Not the first half. Although I think Tatum still has a lot left to show in the playoffs.
And I think Larry was more dominant because, as you pointed out earlier, Mego, I think there were a lot less guys that are just stars when Larry was playing than when Tatum's playing. Like, I mean, the all-star rosters are like loaded nowadays. It's just guys left and right. Whether you talk about SGA or Jokic, your LeBrons, your Currys, even
Anthony
Edwards, Giannis. You can even start throwing in guys. Kevin Durant is still washed a little bit, but still really good. And it's like there's guys across basketball that are really, really talented and have been at some point or another, whether it's now or it was a couple years ago. And whereas Larry Bird was kind of in an age where he was able to just be dominant and be like the dominant figure in the East. Whereas Jason Tatum, it's more the Celtics are the dominant figure in the East than Jason Tatum because people could easily compare him to your, Jalen Brunsons of the world and your Donovan Mitchells of the world and be like, well, those guys in the East are just as good as Tatum, when in reality they may not be.
If Jason Tatum got in a fist fight with somebody from the Lakers, especially if it was Luka Doncic or LeBron James, do you think that he would then be equated with Larry Bird?
No.
Not from like an MVP perspective, but do you think that, okay, let me put it this way. Do you think that his swagger meter would go up or down?
It should go up.
If he's defending himself.
Oh, yeah.
If somebody comes at Tatum.
And then there's one
And then all of a sudden, boom, it's 1985. These guys are on the floor wrestling. Like the punches aren't connecting. We're not talking about like real violence. We're talking about hold me back violence.
Oh, hold me back. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold me back, bro.
Yeah, hold me back, like that style. Because everybody talks about, I miss the late 80s, I miss the early 90s, I miss the guys getting physical, knocking each other over under the basket. I miss them stepping over each other. I miss them brawling. I miss the fans being right on the court and being into that too. And it's like, if there was that era and Tatum was in that, would that make him more swagger, I put in air quotations, or would you be like, this is out of control?
Yeah, I would probably be like, this is a little out of control. And I think, I also think that, like, it's necessary to kind of look at the player, like Tatum versus Bird, right? Like you said, Bird, this offensive, just megastar. Whereas I think Tatum is much more in the, I just do everything really well. Like, yes, I can have offensive explosions, but I can also play defense. I can have 15 assists in a game. Hell, I can have 15 rebounds in a game. Hell, I can do both in one game. Like, I think he is it's a totally different style of player. Like, I think you would be able to equate, when you're trying to, like, synonymize Larry Bird with, like, a present-day athlete. Like, to me, it's more like Steph Curry and just, like, the awe-inspiring, like, this guy could just score at will, right, at points in time. Whereas Jason Tatum, I think, is much more like LeBron in that he's just so good at everything. And then the things that he hasn't been good at, he improves it. Yeah, or Kevin Durant. And it's like, unfortunately, he just isn't as big a personality as those guys. He wasn't as, like, prophesized about like LeBron James was coming out of high school. Like, this guy's the next coming of the GOAT. Like, and just Jason Tatum never had that behind him.
He just kind of goes about his business.
Yeah, he shows up, he does his job, he does it better than everybody else, and then he walks home with a championship. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's really hard to knock him.
And I think that's genuinely who he is. I just wonder, when we were talking about swagger, and one of the things that Larry Bird, aside from his actual basketball dominance, that people loved about him was how much trash talk he had.
Yeah.
That he was like this ruthless trash talker, and then would back it up if he had to. And I just think that if you're not made that way, you can't force that.
No, and Tatum doesn't do that.
And so I don't know. I think that he can be Tim Duncan-esque, and we've compared him to Tim Duncan a lot. Curry's not really like a trash talker or a fighter or anything like that. I don't know if you get that.
His offense was flashy, and so he was just, every kid wanted to be Steph Curry.
Yeah.
As kids, I don't know if you used to do this, you throw a piece of paper in the trash, you yell Kobe as you like try and shoot it in.
See, we were always trying to dunk, or like, trying to jump and hit the net. Like, can you reach the net in elementary school, or middle school, really, not elementary school, that'd be ridiculous. But like middle school, high school, like run and see if you can touch the net. And now I think kids just chuck shots from half court.
Yeah, because they want to be like Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing, is it's
we were all
flashy
trying
and
to do
special.
the Jordan thing.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody wanted to be Air Jordan. Whereas, like, unfortunately, Jason Tatum just doesn't garner that attention from kids in that
I would
way.
love the kid who's like in 7th grade. He's like Tatum, well-rounded game.
That's
Tatum, another double-double, fellas. Can I get a Tatum?
You know what? I'll mix in a triple-double just for you, sir. Jim in Mansfield wants to weigh in on Bird and Tatum. Go ahead, Jim.
Hey, guys. First of all, I want to tell you I really enjoyed listening to the two of you. Shiny, make a great addition to the morning show. Mago, I wish I could get more of you, because you brought up and you made a great point when you said, I'm 67 years old, do the math, I grew up with Larry Bird and watched him throughout his entire career, including college. And it was never about how great the other three were or the other four were. It was always about how great Larry Bird was. And I'm standing and I'm listening to you and I'm saying this is a really, really good point, because Jason Tatum, Larry Bird wasn't pretty. Magic Johnson was pretty. Larry Bird was a workaholic. He just went and he kept going and he didn't stop. And that's what Marvel Gushy talked about. Dunking the ball. We never even knew that Larry Bird could dunk the ball because we were always told that white boys didn't dunk the ball. So it was really intriguing watching him, and it was never about how great McHale was, therefore Larry Bird was great. It was always about how great Larry Bird made Kevin McHale and made Danny Ainge and made Robert Parrish and made Dennis Johnson and made Cedric Maxwell, because they all knew I had to be up on my guy because Bird could get me the ball at any time, any way. So I really appreciated the fact that you made that connection, because I do see it in Jason Tatum, and I do see the fact that he is a workaholic, and he is pretty, don't get me wrong, but he is a workaholic for his points. And the three-point thing, you know what? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. And if that's what the game is, good for Jason Tatum to adapting. But I'll give it to him any time in the middle and ask him to go for the hoop, and he'll take it. And he pushes people out of the way. So I really appreciate you guys. Thanks for letting me talk. And I don't know if you want me to stay on or if you want to say goodbye.
Thanks for the call, Jim. I appreciate it. You did a great job. Yeah, but like I think it's just such an interesting comparison. I kind of have gotten to the point where I'm convinced. I'm not convinced, but pretty close to convinced that Jason Tatum could not easily. I'm making it too simple, but pass Larry Bird in terms of trophies, right? Like I think Jason Tatum could get 4.
It's tough. The NBA is trying to make it tough too.
Yeah, exactly. The parity across the league isn't
good, by the way. Not just for the Celtics, but the NBA shouldn't do that.
Well, that's one of the reasons
the second
the product is down.
The second apron stuff is not going to help.
No, you want teams who can make dynasties, like the Heat, like the Warriors, like the Lakers before them, like the Spurs. As bad as or as boring as some of those games may have appeared, like dynasties are good for the sport. You need teams to hate. That's why everybody hated the Patriots for 20 years because all they did was win. Like it's good for the sport. It drives. There's storylines. There's villains. There's heroes. That's what you want. And the Celtics have a chance to become villains of the league. Like if they can repeat again this year and then be favorites again going in for a three-peat, you do exactly what the Chiefs did this past year. You become villains, and that's good for the sport. That drives narratives. That drives just attention and eyes, and I think that would be good for Jason Tatum in the long run if he does want to win multiple MVPs going forward.
Yeah, I don't know. I really like this from Tatum. Like Tatum is doing everything right in my book this season on the court, and talking about Larry Bird, like basically making that the bar that you're setting for yourself. I think it strikes the right note, and I like that he's inviting the comparison because he knows that it's the kind of natural comparison that sports talk radio hosts, TV hosts, writers in the press box are making about him anyway.
Yeah.
Is he ever going to be Bird? Could anybody be like Bird? Like it's like, you know, I don't think it's I don't think like Bird and Brady are 1-to-1, because Brady to me has more of the dominance of a Jordan,
For sure.
where it's not just the best of your franchise, it's the best of the league ever. But it is more like if you had somebody who if you had Mahomes come out and say like, I'm going for Brady.
Yeah.
I'm going for Brady. That's it, guys.
Invite the comparison.
Yeah. It's kind of bold, you know?
It's good, but like it shows confidence in you and yourself and what you know you can achieve, and especially with the people around you and kind of where you're headed. Like I don't know, I would really like to see the Celtics just repeat, and then everything starts to kind of boil up. Everything starts to heat up. Everything starts to get real. Like it just becomes like, oh, okay. Like this team, like Jason Tatum, are some of the best we've seen maybe in like this decade. Like it's time to really start focusing in. Like, okay, they're really starting to turn into something. And I think that's exciting. It's exciting to talk about. I think the NBA could use it. The NFL has loved having the Patriots and now the Chiefs kind of like seamlessly transition in that way. 617-779-7937. Mego and Sean here on Boston Sports Original. We're gonna get into some football talk. The combine is approaching. The Patriots need a lot of help, and the draft is going to be one way they can get some of that help. Maybe even mix in some more, Matthew Stafford thoughts. 617-779-7937. But right now, Zach, going to get you caught up with what's trending with a little bit of news out of Fort Myers, I believe, from our own Rob Bradford. So go ahead, Zach.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Bruins returning to action after the Four Nations break tonight over at the Garden when they welcome the Anaheim Ducks. They'll be without Charlie McAvoy, who's still battling that shoulder infection he sustained in that tournament, and Hampus Lindholm, who is still yet to be practicing with the team with that lower body injury. Jeremy Swayman expected to be in net for the Bees. Puck drop from the Garden at 7. Red Sox opening Grapefruit League play this afternoon in Port Charlotte, taking on the Rays. Cedon Rafaela, Roman Anthony, and Marcelo Meyer among the notable names who are making the trip. Quinn Priester gets the start for the Sox. You can hear Will Fleming and Rob Bradford on the call right here on 93.7 WEEI FM. First pitch set for 105. Speaking of our own Rob Bradford, he says that Alex Bregman will be at third base tomorrow when the Red Sox host the Blue Jays over at JetBlue Park. Celtics have a second consecutive day off after Thursday night's blowout win over the 76ers. They'll return to the Garden tomorrow afternoon when they host Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks. Tip-off at 1. After an offseason that saw them bring in 14 new players, the Revs will be in action tonight, kicking off the 2025 MLS season. They head down to Nashville for a matchup with Nashville SC. Kickoff at 8:30. Less than a month away from Selection Sunday, conference play heating up in college basketball. Slate today includes 2 top 10 matchups. First, number 6 Tennessee in College Station taking on number 7 Texas A&M. Then number 8 Iowa State heading to number 5 Houston. Elsewhere across the country, a big West Coast Conference matchup. Gonzaga hosting the Gales of St. Mary's. Don't forget, you can hear Westwood One's coverage of that one right here on WEEI starting at 7:45. My name is Zach Cohen. That's what's trending on WEEI and WEEI.com. More Mego and Shine coming up after this.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppable bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Lowe's knows that the start of a new year means a new appliance. That's why during President's Day, you can get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, get an extra 10% off select appliances when you spend $699 or more on appliances like LG, America's most reliable line of home appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 2/6 through 2/26. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. Don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation, but then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at NissanUSA.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile and get fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. So whether you're playing a game at home, yes, cool, or attending one live, you can do more without spending more. Learn how to save at cox.com/internet. Cox Internet is connected to the premises via coaxial cable. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary, not an endorsement. Other restrictions apply.
Are you taking steps to help protect your money from the potential impact of world war? Russia and Ukraine, Israel, Gaza. We've seen threats from Iran, and now Syria has been taken over by extremists, putting the entire region at risk. The question is, how much more international conflict can we handle? And what impacts will these conflicts have on the global economy and your retirement savings? Right now, thousands of hardworking Americans are turning to precious metals like gold and silver to help them protect their hard-earned savings. You may not be able to control these global conflicts around the world, but you can control how you diversify your money. And that's where gold and silver could help. Right now, you can get a free gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. On top of that, you could get up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver, but only while supplies last. So don't wait. Call 855-GOLD-IRA to get your free copy today and find out if you qualify for up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver. That's 855-GOLD-IRA. One more time, 855-GOLD-IRA.
This is Mego and Shine on WEI.
Who do you think is that next guy for the Patriots next year to step up?
That's a good question. I think we bought into two receivers. I think Jalen Polk and Javon Baker that we're kind of feeling out this year, and they both have some injuries. But I think hopefully expecting one of them, if not both, to kind of make a splash this year. I think it's really taking it upon myself. The guys came over me, the receivers and kind of quarterback receivers. It's my job to get them the football.
Yeah.
But also I think it's their job. They know to kind of get their stuff together, get to, lifting hard and running hard and practicing hard. It's a different way to practice in the NFL. They kind of take some off your body, but you still expect to be full speed, expect to be in the right spot, supposed to line up right.
Follow your dreams. Yeah. Shine and Mego here on Boston Sports Original WEI. That was my guy Drake May on with former New England Patriot Super Bowl champion Chris Long, right? He was here for one of the championships.
Yes, he was.
On the Green Light podcast. And it was a good episode. A lot of good stuff from Drake.
Jeez, the ACC talk at the top, though, that was tough for me. Like, being from Maryland, and I'm talking about Virginia UNC. It's like, Virginia UNC. Oh, here it is. And it went on for that. I'm like going on 2 times speed. And it's like, I'm like, when are you going to talk about the NFL? Nobody cares about Virginia UNC, respectfully.
He was trying to get Drake to be comfortable.
I know.
Wanted to have a good conversation with him. They did get
Let
into...
me fast forward this King of the Hill episode that I'm listening to.
They did get into some Bill Belichick stuff. They got into Alex Van Pelt's play calls and how long they were, and how much Drake loved Austin Hooper and Hunter Henry. And then they also talked about the young receivers. And Drake kind of puts it on himself to help them get better and make them better. And I think that's great. It's a great perspective to have. But at the same time, you can only make bad players so good.
Okay, so we have to face a decision here, Shine, in real time.
Okay.
Do we want to get right into the wide receivers, or do we want to conquer any of the many Bird versus Tatum calls that we have waiting? We've got many calls of people wanting to jump in on the Bird versus Tatum.
Here's what we'll do.
That Tatum started. We didn't start this. This was Tatum.
Yeah, it was all Jason Tatum's fault. Let's do this. We will rifle through these calls.
Okay.
Quick, 60 seconds in and out. Each call, we'll just move it along, get in there, and then we can get into football. All right.
Okay.
All right. So we'll start with Armand in Arlington. Want to talk about Bird Tatum? Go.
Hey guys, how you doing? Okay, so I got 60 seconds. I'm going to rush it along, man. I love where you're going with the Tatum conversation because I think that he is, for some reason, massively underrated, and I would understand that because he's probably one of the top 5 players in the NBA, if not top 3. The comparison to Bird is a great one when you were talking about Tatum playing in the era of superstars. Let's also just remember that Bird played in the era, at different points in his career. Dominique Wilkins, Julius Erving, Isaiah Thomas, Reggie Miller, Michael Jordan. So he played against some big-time stars in the East as well, and he was able to defensively neutralize those guys a lot of the time, and that's a big part of what Bird's game was. That was the unselfish part of Bird's game. He really took pride in that, and that's what I love about him, and Tatum takes that same pride. I think Tatum is underrated because he's not as flashy as some of the other guys. There are players now that love to trash talk and make a big deal when they do a dunk. Tatum, he plays it up a little bit, but he's not as flashy as some of the others. But I just want to tell you, great talk, and I'm sorry I jumped off the receivers because I really want to hear what you guys have to say about that. So I'm going to stay on and listen. And have a fantastic day.
Thanks, Armand. Appreciate it.
That was it. I do think Armand makes a great point, and I went a little far say, because I was defending Jason Tatum's defense and trying to say Bird is just known offensively. I know Bird is a great all-around player. I know Bird dominated the boards. I know. I get it. I get it. I understand. But it's hard when we have these debates because we love them both.
Yep.
And when Tatum raises the bar to say, I want to be like Larry Bird, then it becomes a comparison of putting them up against each other. And when I see texts coming in saying Tatum doesn't play both sides of the court, it makes me a little defensive. And I'm sorry if I was disrespectful to you, Mr. Bird, about that. That was bad by me. My bad.
It's all right. You're allowed to pop off. Andrew, Connecticut, go.
All right. I just have to go by what I've watched with Tatum. And I'm a fan of his, but I want him to win. But I like exacerbation is what comes out when I've watched him, especially like the championship of races a lot. But that final run where they were turning the ball over like it was their job. Bird never did that. It's like fundamentals of basketball. You protect the ball first. So right there, those years early on in his career where he couldn't hold on to the basketball is in big moments is immediately eliminates him from comparison versus Bird was a world class champion within his second season. Tatum never did that. And so it's like there's no comparison.
All right, Andrew, thanks for the call.
I think it's important to look at the differences about when these guys came out of college, though.
Yeah.
I mean, Bird was he was a fully formed Bird. He was ready to fly out of the nest. Out of Indiana State.
Jason Tatum was the little baby Bird.
The first year that he actually played in the league, he's 23. Like, I know there's all the goofy stuff. Oh, he's only 19. But Tatum is only 26 now. I totally agree. Like, the turnovers in the 2022 finals were gross. And Tatum was a big part of that. And it was unacceptable. As Ime Udoka said at the time, stop playing like a-holes. Like, that's how we all felt. But I think that's at least you can look at the games now and say that's one part of the game that they have
Members save more with Milo's Rewards. Earn points towards Milo's money on eligible purchases. Get access to member-only deals and free member gifts. Plus, unlock free standard shipping when you reach Silver Key status. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today. Lowe's. We help. You save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Beat the fur in our newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cozy sweaters, comfy flannels, and your favorite trend-right jeans. Visit American Eagle in store or shop online at ae.com. This traffic is terrible.
When you stop at Golf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
I wonder if I could take 16th to Main Street.
So you can concentrate on other things.
Or exit 20.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. If you have open roles, chances are you're feeling this too. That's why you need Robert Half. Our specialized recruiting professionals engage their skills with our award-winning AI to connect businesses of all sizes with today.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Granger. Granger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The key will be that exact thing. Can he keep himself in the strike zone? The home runs, the defense were elite last year. He was a clutch RBI producer, but they want him to do a better job and not chasing pitches out of the zone. 1-1 to Rafaela, 2 on, nobody out in the first. Wagas back throws, and Cedon fouls another pitch back. And it's 0-2.
I mean, there was 2 guys last year who really stood out in spring training and hit the ground running when it came into the regular season. There was Will Fleming and there was Don Rafaela. Rafaela had such a good spring and made such a mark and obviously made the team off that performance.
0-2 with 2 on. Nobody out the pitch. He is a little bit high with a fastball. Carlos Narvaez is out on deck. Alex Cora is on the railing on the third base side. The visitors' dugout here at Charlotte Sports Park. A lot of the coaches have returned. Jason Veritek, Pete Fatsi. Obviously, the pitching coach, Andrew Bailey. Kyle Hudson will continue to coach third and manage the outfield as the 1-2 pitch is a little bit high and outside. But the Red Sox have a new man down at first base, Jose Flores, who for several years has been down in Worcester, has a great relationship with all the young stars who are on their way to Boston. Andy Fox, no longer part of the club. The Red Sox overhauled parts of their big league staff. The 2-2 is a pop-up on the first base side off the bat of Rafaela. Aranda in foul territory, about 45 feet from the plate, makes the play, and Cedon is retired 1 away.
One of the things that has changed, we see little things change in camp all the time, but they've moved the infield drills to sort of this behind this gate, and that's where Flo, the first base coach, really has taken a hold of these guys and made such a huge impact. That's his thing, Will, and that's to really drill down on infield. And Bregman said that he's even taught guy like Alex Bregman some things already this year.
So here's Carlos Narvaez, our first look at him, right-handed hitter, brought over from the Yankees as the first pitch breaking ball on the inside corner to him. 26 years old, from Venezuela. Sort of an under-the-radar move for the Red Sox. Danny Jansen gone. He's actually in the Rays dugout today. No more Reese McGuire. The Red Sox do have some questions around their catching depth. Maybe Narvaez is part of that answer. Here's the 0-1 to him, and it's swung on and missed. Big fastball, and it's quickly 0-2.
Well, if you look at the roster, that is one place, along with obviously the bullpen, but backup catcher is a legitimate competition, I feel like.
Marcelo Meyer is out on deck. The Red Sox got a walk from David Hamilton. He quickly stole a base, and then Roman Anthony was plunked. He's standing on first. It is 0-2 to Carlos Narvaez. The pitch is just outside. And it's 1-2. Baseball is trying out this automatic ball and strike challenge system throughout spring training, but it is only going to happen in Florida in the ballparks that host minor league teams and have the infrastructure and the technology to do that. So not today, and just about 8 or 9 times throughout all of spring training for the Sox. Here's a high fly ball into center field. DeLuca, with the shades on, creeps in a little bit, makes the one-handed grab, and Baez flies out, 2 down.
I tell you what, Will, one thing that we almost never, ever, ever see in a Grapefruit League game, certainly a game here, is the American flag is sitting straight down. I mean, there's always dramatic wind, out, in, whatever it is. There's absolutely no wind right now.
So here is Marcelo Meyer, 2 on, 2 out. Red Sox and the Rays in the top of the first. Marcelo, in some ways, other than Campbell and Anthony, the story of camp, he looks stronger. Finally healthy, trying to put together a full season. He swings and misses a cut fastball, and he's in a hole here on 1. Wagenspak's done a nice job. He was so wild early, but he's found the strike zone. Marcelo, yet another injury-halted season in 2024. The talent jumps off the page, left-handed hitter, bounces the bat on his left shoulder, and he takes a fastball outside. It's 1-1. It is hard to not watch Marcelo and just feel magnetism. He is a natural leader. He's a baseball junkie. He and Roman Anthony joined at the hip throughout all of spring training. 1-1 to him, the pitch. It is a little bit low. He's taken to Pilates and a lot of strength training, and you can see it in his body, Rob. He looks like a different guy.
To give you an idea how big he is, if you stand him side by side with Roman Anthony, which everyone feels is a very large human being, he's the same size as him. He's really, really put on some good muscle.
That was not the story a year ago. 2-1 to Marcelo. 2 on, 2 out in the top of the first. The pitch. He is up and away. It's 3-1 with Vaughn Grissom on deck. There's some cottony clouds overhead. Blue skies. Temperatures in the high 70s down here in Florida. We empathize with those dealing with cold and ice up in New England. 3-1 to Mark Meyer, and he swings and misses at an off-speed pitch. The count is full.
HOF Joe said never, ever, ever mention the weather. Make people feel bad.
Non-HOF Will likes to report the news. It's beautiful down here.
There you go. The evolution of media. Of broadcast.
Runners will be off here. 2 down, 3-2. Hamilton at second, Anthony at first. They go, and Meyer pops one into shallow left center field. It's going to get down for a hit. Anthony rounding third as Hamilton scores. It's a bloop RBI single from Marcelo Meyer. And the Red Sox take an early lead. It's 1-0 in Port Charlotte.
Hey, listen, that was a nice piece of hitting. You have a full count. Ball on the outside part of the plate, not an easy thing to do. And he just goes with the pitch, dumps it over the shortstop's head. There you go. Marcelo Meyer, let the hype continue.
To reiterate, it is warm and beautiful. Blue skies overhead here in Florida as Vaughn Grissom stands in. Not to sound like a broken record, but Vaughn really put a lot of time into his body in the offseason. The pitch is down and in, ball 1. And I know, Rob, you had a lot of fun with this, and rightly so, the best shape of everyone's lives. But I think for Hamilton, Rafaela, and Grissom, it is worth talking about because it can lead to more health and more production at the plate. 1-0 to Vaughn, who's looked really good in camp. The pitch to him is drilled down the right field line. Trouble if fair. It slices just foul down the line. Other day, live BP.
Yeah, 100 mile an hour. Aroldis Chapman.
Ripped one into right center field. And Grissom is, again, one of these under-the-radar stories. Everybody talking about Bregman and who's going to play second base. Will it be Christian Campbell? But Vaughn has looked really good in spring camp.
This is obviously the first time we get to see him in a game, but what I've seen on him backfields or taking BP, he looks like a completely different guy. And you talk about best shape of his life, putting on muscle, which is obviously noticeable. Look at him compared to last year. I think I told you one thing Pete Fatsy said, he 3 miles an hour faster with his bat, which is a noticeable thing.
1 ball, 1 strike. Runners at the corners, a run in for the Sox. Grissom takes in the dirt, and breaking from first is Meyer. Anthony holds at third. And it's 2-1. You know, Rob, here we are. There's baseball underway. We're in the sunny climes of Florida. And how fun is it to have Meyer and Anthony on the bases, another young guy, Vaughn Grissom, at the plate? This is the future of the Red Sox.
Yeah, we don't have to wait till the 7th inning in Lakeland to do it. It's great.
2 balls and 1 strike to Vaughn Grissom. Navy blue batting gloves. He swings and misses a big fastball, and it's 2-2.
I just think you are dead on when it comes to Grissom being sort of under the radar, because all this chaos with Bregman and Devers and everything, part of that might be what they think of Vaughn Grissom.
No doubt about it. 2-2, second and third, they lead with a run in. Wagasback throws, and Vaughn grounds one up the middle hard, right at Walls. Will Crow hop in the throw to first in time, and the inning is over. However, the Red Sox, with some patience at the plate and speed, get a run across. 1-0 after half an inning. Quinn Priester to the mound for the Sox. Right after this, in Port Charlotte on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Network.
Beat the fur in our newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cozy sweaters, comfy flannels, and your favorite trend-right jeans. Visit American Eagle in store or shop online at ae.com. This traffic is terrible.
When you stop at golf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
I wonder if I could take 16th to Main Street.
So you can concentrate on other things.
Or exit 20th to Grand, then cut over to Main? No, never mind, that would be way worse.
And with the Golf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Golf. It all starts here.
Buy 5 quarts of Castrol Edge Full Synthetic Motor Oil and get a $15 gift card after rebate, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ah, can't you see it? The world powered by solar and renewable energy. Here at Graybar, with years of renewables experience, we live in that world. Get in touch to see for yourself.
We are now ready to depart.
Book your visit at graybar.com. Yep, Graybar does that.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
We're right back to the Sox. You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Network
on WEEI.
Bottom of the first in Port Charlotte, Quinn Priester's first pitch to Taylor Walls is a fastball that misses just outside. 4-ball, 1. Priester acquired at the deadline a year ago for Nick York from the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's 24 years old, hard-throwing right-hander, misses with a breaking ball down and in. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Quinn, in 2024, made 1 appearance for the Red Sox, and it was a good one. 5 1-run innings as he finds the outside corner of the plate with a fastball. And it is 2-1. And today, as Priester takes the mound ahead of Garrett Crochet's Red Sox debut tomorrow, particularly relevant as the 2-1 pitch misses inside because, Rob, of what's going on with both Cutter Crawford and Brian Bayo.
It is, and you think you have this embarrassment of riches with stars, and all of a sudden now you don't, because Alex Cora basically saying to Cutter Crawford,
it's not going to be ready for opening day as Walls takes a ball inside and a 5-pitch walk to begin the bottom of the first.
He's had a blocky knee, and as he explained to me, really right around Christmas time, it was going along fine, felt like he had rehabbed it, and sort of took a turn for the worse, and hasn't been able to get it right since he's been down here, and Bayo's just behind. I don't think there's an enormous concern about Bayo, But when you just get behind at this time, it's a little bit uncomfortable.
It is amazing how often you see it. If you're late in camp and delayed, it really can last the whole season. So leadoff walk, here's Brandon Lau, who takes the fastball for strike one. Bottom of the first, Red Sox lead 1-0. Priester, marks of 3 seasons in the big leagues. He's made 21 appearances, 15 of them starts. He works on the first base side of the rubber, sets at his belt, the runner goes. The pitch is high and outside Narvaez's throw, and plenty of time, but dropped by Meyer. They had him, and actually, that's David Hamilton out there at shortstop. That was a great catch, release, and throw by Narvaez. They had Walls dead to rights, but Hamilton couldn't hold on.
And Narvaez certainly did his job on that one, and it was just a drop where Hamilton comes in, tries to apply the tag, and balls comes out as he's applying the tag. Good job, Mike. Good throw. And that's really the most important thing. You got to find out who was the guy, the backup catcher, who's going to be able to do things like that.
Yeah, it was impressive indeed. So runner at second, 1-1 to Brandon Lau, who's had an up-and-down career with the Tampa Bay Rays. The pitch to him is fouled off. He is an absolute Red Sox killer. He's got a top 5 OPS all time against Boston. Along with names like Ruth and Gehrig, he seems to always get the big hit against the Red Sox in Tampa, and Kevin Cash really expecting a bounce-back year from him.
He's a modern-day Nelson Cruz, is what you're saying, right?
The former Ray, the 1-2 is lined into shallow center field. Rafael pauses, comes in, he makes the play, and Lau is retired, 1 down. To this Tampa Bay team right now, they are, as always, worried about what the future holds for their stadium. Tropicana Field decimated by Hurricane Milton. They had a deal for a new park in St. Petersburg, and now that's sort of in flux. That is definitely swirling around in St. Pete's. Eloy Jimenez takes in. They get Shane McClanahan back to the Rays. They feel very good about their starting rotation, even though Jeffrey Springs is gone as a pitch misses inside to Jimenez. And it's 1-0 from Quinn Priester to Eloy Jimenez.
It's such a weird dynamic. We just started talking about it with the Steinbrenner Field playing in Tampa. They're going to have 3 days to turn that place over.
On those strikes, a runner at second, 1-0 in the first as Jimenez drives one high into left field. Easily handled by Roman Anthony with the shades on. He comes in, makes the play. And quickly 2 down. They will play at the New York Yankees spring home all season long because the roof was blown off Tropicana Field. Somewhere in the order of $50 million to repair that ballpark. And the future very uncertain for the Rays.
And they're doing what they can, but there's so many problems with this scenario, really. And we know they can move the times around and everything else, but, well, we've heard the thunder and lightning almost every day you play there.
Here's the first pitch to Jonathan Aranda, dropped by Narvaez, breaking for third. His Walls, the throw is a little bit wide of the bag, and I think that'll be a pass ball moving Taylor Walls to third. The Rays, don't have drainage, obviously, inside Tropicana Field in a dome stadium, so the damage unimaginable in terms of inside the clubhouses and to the field, to the seating area, the suites. It is a long-term project. And you're right, that Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, no roof, obviously. Evening games, the 1-0 is popped into shallow center field. Cedon Rafaela comes in, galloping, makes the play. The inning is over. Quinn Priester works around the leadoff walk. And after one, the Red Sox won. The Rays, nothing in the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Network.
Beat the burr in the newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in comfy sweaters, textured flannels, and go-to jeans. Get a great look at everything American Eagle has to offer by shopping in-store or online at ae.com.
Have fun, honey. I'll pick you up after practice. Okay, I have an hour. What to do? I should probably go to the store.
When you stop at golf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
We need laundry detergent and what else?
So you can think about other things.
Not paper towels. But what else do I need to get?
And with the Golf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Golf. It all starts here.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Granger. Granger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Can't you see it? A sparkling roadside EV quick charge power facility. Its chargers, control panels, and switchgear powering a renewable energy tomorrow that's squeaky clean. We know that unless you have the right supplier, that world might just be a fantasy. But here at Graybar, with years of renewables experience, we live in that world. Get in touch to see for yourself.
We're now ready to depart.
Book your visit at graybar.com. Yep, Graybar does that.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Network. This is WEEI.
Back in the Sunshine State for the second inning, Red Sox and the Rays. Will Fleming and Rob Bradford first in the Grapefruit League. Abraham Torre, then Trace Thompson for the Red Sox in this second inning, followed by the 9-hole hitter Nick Sogard. It's Jacob Wagasback who gave up a run in the top of the first. Toro is 28-year-old left-handed hitter. The Rays have actually made a change on the mound. Jonathan Hernandez is on the mound. Joe Braverman back in the studio at WEEI. He alerts us to that news. What a job by Braverman.
Oh, my
first
goodness.
pitch is outside the whole line.
It's the year of Bravery.
Golly. Lane, we got him out of the water. Decided to not scuba dive today. Doing a rare road game here in Port Charlotte as Toro skies one on the right side of the infield. The Rays' second baseman is underneath it, but the shortstop Walls cuts in front of Lau and makes the play. Have you ever known Doug Lane to make a road trip in Florida?
I think he understands the magnitude of the season, the importance of this moment. I mean, this is his path to getting a World Series ring, so let's be honest.
And for the first time in a long time, that does seem like a more realistic possibility for this Red Sox team. Here is a Splash Brothers brother, Trace Thompson. He takes a pitch outside on the corner for strike one. Trace Thompson. Big, strong, right-handed athlete takes an 0-1 swing and a miss, and it's just like that 0-2.
I really enjoyed talking to Trace and 9 organizations he's been with. And the thing I really liked talking to him about, he said, I don't mind talking about my brother Clay. It's fine.
0-2 is low and outside.
And he told a great story about it in June 16, 2022.
In Boston.
And yeah, they were playing. He was playing in Worcester, and Connor Wong said to him when he's at the plate, hey, are you going to go to the game tonight, Game 6 in Boston?
1-2 is low.
And he said, I didn't really think about it. Like, no. And then he started thinking about it after Connor Wong had said this. So he ends up taking Uber from Worcester after the game, gets there in time to party till 5 o'clock in the morning with his brother. So good for him.
NBA champs. The 2-2 pitch is just outside to Trace Thompson. And it is 3-2. Nick Sogard is out on deck. 1-0. Red Sox leading the Rays in the first of the Grapefruit League. More organizational depth in Trace Thompson. Guy who spent a lot of time with the White Sox. Cup of coffee with the Dodgers. A chopper foul outside of third. And the count stays full to Trace. So the Red Sox today, Alex Cora talking about the sort of delayed debut for Cutter Crawford. Brian Bayo is going to continue to throw and stretch himself out. 3-2 pitch to Thompson, low, ball 4. So a second walk of the afternoon for the Red Sox. One out base runner for Nick Sogard. He also, Alex, made some news that obviously we know Garrett Crochet is going to pitch tomorrow. Alex Bregman will start and play third base as well. So it's going to be really fun tomorrow at JetBlue.
It will. And with the Bregman playing third, obviously Devers isn't going to be ready to play in game for about another week.
Here's a pitch to Sogard, who was very versatile and good a year ago. It's a strike on the inside corner.
So this sort of Bregman, Devers position thing, I mean, this isn't a huge bit of news, but any time Bregman plays third, it's going to be news.
One pitch, a pop-up on the left side of the infield. Meade and Walls come together, and the shortstop, Taylor Walls, is there to make the play. They're 2 down.
And to give you an idea of what Bregman's been doing up until this point, really almost every other day he's switched positions. One day he worked at third, the next day he's working out at second. And I do think this is sort of a work in progress. And It's a fast. We love spring training storylines. There's no question about it. And this is a pretty good one.
There's David Hamilton on 2 out, 1-0 Red Sox in the second. Hamilton walked and stole a base, scored the game's only run. There goes Thompson from first, throw outside. The pitch, rather, the throw at second, not nearly in time. So the running Red Sox have their second steal of the day. And Thompson in scoring position for Hamilton, who took a ball outside. Watch MLB.com TV and stream 250 plus spring training games and every out-of-market game live on demand. Plus, stream MLB Network 24/7 for the entire season. Visit MLB.com.tv, I should say, for details. Beyond that, all year long, the 1-0 pitch to Hamilton misses outside for ball 2. And not only for the Red Sox, the drama around who's going to play where on the infield for the Red Sox and around Rafi Devers is a national baseball story as the 2-0 to Hamilton misses outside ball 3. In case you were not paying attention, when Alex Bregman was signed, Rafi was asked whether he would be open to being the designated hitter or playing anywhere else. The 3-0 to Hamilton is right in there, fastball for a strike, and it's 3-1. And quite plainly, he said no. I'm the third baseman. It's my decision. I think Alex Cora has managed it to this point beautifully. I fully expect that to continue. 3-1, the pitch is a strike. He couldn't check his swing, Hamilton. And it's 3-2. Rafi a little bit behind schedule, dealing with some fatigue, some shoulder soreness, and so he has not participated fully in spring training. That's why, in most cases, why Bregman's going to play tomorrow at third base. But it is the story. The 3-2 to Hamilton, a little cue shot off the end of that foul and out of play.
It's like when you asked me to get the game notes. No. No.
Well, you got them. You just got one set.
Well, Rob, you can't do the broadcast if you don't give me the game notes. No. It was a bizarre press conference. And then the next day, you have Tristan Casas obviously setting the lineup for everybody.
Doubling down. The 3-2 is in there. Strike 3. Hamilton took a good one. And the inning is over. So the Red Sox leave Thompson in scoring position. 1-0 after an inning and a half more on Rafi, the infield. And so much more after this on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Network.
Beat the burr in the newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cuffy sweaters, textured flannels, and go-to jeans. Get a great look at everything American Eagle has to offer by shopping in-store or online at
left-handed bullpen arms at the top of his list. We brought Chapman and Wilson over. Now Moore into the fold. 1-1 pitch is... where they want to be with real AAA depth. 0-2 to Lau. The pitch is swung on and missed. He got him. That was that nasty splitter from Guerrero. And they're 2 away. But guys, David Sandlin is trying rave reviews. You got Cooper Criswell in the mix. Even somebody like Winkowski might be kind of a flex guy down at AAA. They do have reserves and real ammunition at AAA.
Yeah, and the two guys that you mentioned, Priester today, and then obviously Fitz, when they came up, they were really, really good. So it's not like they can't pitch in the major leagues. They have some proof that they absolutely can. And, we go back to the MVP, the Cora proclaimed MVPs, Hector Velasquez and Brian Johnson. Well, there's a reason he said that, because those guys are important.
Back in the World Series season of 2018, here's Eloy Jimenez, who takes a strike on the outside corner. Yeah, Richard Fitz is another one of those guys. And, it really did sort of start with these Tampa Bay Rays, where you had guys who had options, who could be in AAA, come up and down, and give you real depth in the starting rotation. 0-1 swing and a miss and a fastball. Narvaez trying to throw behind the runner Walls at first. Nearly in time, actually, in the end. A good pick by Abraham Toro. And it is 0-2 to Jimenez.
It is amazing, though. We go into the season and you say, oh, you have 8 starters. What are you going to do? And we're already sitting here, as you mentioned, Bayo hurt, Crawford hurt. And all the while, too, like you have Giolito coming back and all systems are go so far. But you don't know. Same thing with Liam Hendricks. We don't know.
Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is strike 3 on the outside corner. Adios, Eloy. Luis Guerrero, a very impressive spring debut. Straight-legged walk off the mound and throwing absolute fuel on the mound here in Port Charlotte. We go to the 4th. 2-1 Red Sox in the Shaw's and Star Market. WEI Red Sox.
Beat the fur in our newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cozy sweaters, comfy flannels, and your favorite trend-right jeans. Visit American Eagle in store or shop online at ae.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the things that just will never come out. Every now and then I reach out. One wash and it delivers. One wash and smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
This traffic is terrible.
When you stop at Gulf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
I wonder if I could take 16th to Main Street.
So you can concentrate on other things.
Or exit 20th to Grand, then cut over to Main? No, never mind, that would be way worse.
And with the Gulf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Gulf. It all starts here.
Geico's motorcycle expertise means I'm covered by people who know bikes like I do. I'm happy as a clam.
Disclaimer. No conclusive scientific research has shown clams can experience happiness.
It just meant that I feel really good about my coverage.
I mean, even if you took the clam out for the best day ever, visiting the zoo, taking a scenic ride, knowing you're insured by specialists, and sharing a strawberry ice cream cone together, the clam would not feel happy, and your strawberry cone would taste sort of clammy.
Ew.
Geico's motorcycle specialists who know bikes like you to assume no liability for clammy ice cream cones. Geico. Expertise for your motorcycle.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
On Grissom to lead it off for the Red Sox as we go to the top of the fourth. It is so good to have baseball back in warm, mostly sunny Florida. Rays have brought in yet another pitcher, a right-hander. His name is Mike Vassell. Rob talked to him in the Rays clubhouse today. A local kid, Boston Red Sox fan, throws the first pitch ball outside to Vaughn Grissom.
Well, he's a Rule 5 guy that was traded to the Phillies and then, picked by the Phillies in the Rule 5 and traded to the Tampa Bay Rays.
The 1-0 to Grissom. High fly down the left field line toward the corner, and it is on the run, caught out there by Palacios. Really nice running grab. Vaughn thought he might have had extra bases, but nice play, and there's one away.
And Vassal's a Massachusetts kid who went to BC High with the University of Virginia. Top prospect for the Mets for a while, was in the Futures game, and then had a subpar year last year, but picked in the Rule 5. And if you're picked by the Rule 5 and by the Tampa Bay Rays, you're going to win the Cy Young, basically. You're going to get in the Rays system, and you're going to figure it out, and you're on your way.
That is Abraham Toro, left-handed hitter, takes the first pitch fastball for strike one. 2-1 Red Sox. Cedar Rafaela's third inning home run. The difference in this game, a packed dugout on the third base side as Toro takes the pitch down and in, and it is 1-1.
Man, I would hazard a guess. He's the only player in the field right now that attended the David Ortiz Game 2 ALCS.
1-1 is pounded into the gap. And left center field. This thing is given a ride. It's into the gap for extra bases. Toro rounds first into second, where he will wisely put on the brakes. And it's a one-out double for the Bull. Abraham Toro has the Sox in business here in the fourth.
Well, Abraham Toro is a guy, I think that there's always a guy you look at who is flying on the radar right now. Romy Gonzalez was sort of that guy last year.
My homie.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, very dear in our hearts. His brand has never been hotter. But, I think Abraham Toro, a guy with Major League experience, also French-Canadian, you can't go wrong, right? There we go.
Set ball, one down. Runner at second for Trace Thompson. In the fourth, the pitch to him is a strike. No, it's not. It should have been. We will have the automatic ball strike challenge system in other ballparks, but not here in Port Charlotte, nor at JetBlue. So the Red Sox will have to wait a little while to get a taste of that. I think the first time they'll have it is in Clearwater against the Phillies at the end of next week. The 1-0 is to the backstop. Breaking easily for third is Toro. Jackson played the carom, but a wild pitch from Vassell, and the Red Sox have Toro at third base with one away.
Yeah, to go back to Vassell, it is so good when you see a kid like this, grew up in Massachusetts, get a chance to face his hometown team, as I said. attended the Game 2 of the ALCS in 2013, David Ortiz Grand Slam game. And talking to him today, this meant a lot for him to pitch in this game.
2-0 pitch is high into right field, very well hit. Back on the Caballero at the track at the wall. Adios, Trace Thompson. Opposite field, 2-run homer. And the Red Sox lift off and lead it 4-1. That was an impressive opposite field swing. The Red Sox doing it here in Port Charlotte.
Well, there's two guys right there who just came around, Toro and Trace Thompson, who, in different ways, will offer a lot of intrigue, I think, as this camp goes along.
So here now, Nick Sogard, so versatile, so impressive a year ago, can really pick it at a lot of different positions. What a cool debut he had a season ago. He takes a breaking ball low for ball one. And Rob, look, we talk about the high dollar, big ticket acquisitions, Crochet, Bregman, you bring in Bueller into the fold, and that obviously elevates the floor for the roster. They are a much better high-level talent team. Want to know from Vassell, who is shaking off Jansen a couple of times, and the pitch is up and in. But it is the mark of a really deep and good club when you have guys with major league experience at the back end of your roster who can offer real help if injuries occur.
Yeah, you just got to keep them around, you know?
2-0, swing and a miss. Do you know whether Trace and Toro have opt-outs at the end?
Yeah, well, Trace Thompson is a guy who gets an automatic opt-out at the end of the camp. I gotta believe Toro does. I know certainly a guy who's coming in, Michael Fulmer, he has one at the end of camp as well. You just want to keep these guys as long as you can to get that depth, that aforementioned depth.
Fulmer warming in the pen as Sogard grounds one on the right side to a knee. Goes the first baseman Aranda. He's got it, takes it to the bag, and Sogard looked a little hobbled there past the bag, but he is okay, and they're two down.
Yeah, I think with Toro, I mentioned Romy Gonzalez. It's sort of under the same bucket, isn't it? One of the things, and Alex Cora mentioned this when he put out Tristan Casas to play yesterday, is that we don't have a lot of first basemen here. So you have Toro playing there today. Romy Gonzalez has been working out there as well.
So here now David Hamilton, who's really had an impact in this game. Left-hand hitter. The pitch is drilled high into left center field. It'll hang up a little bit as Palacios, the left fielder, a couple feet in front of the track, is there to make the play, and the inning is over. However, Trace Thompson, 2-run bomb. As the Red Sox rolling here in Port Charlotte, 4-1. Bottom four next in the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Network.
Beat the burr in the newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cuffy sweaters, textured flannels, and go-to jeans. Get a great look at everything American Eagle has to offer by shopping in-store or online at ae.com.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free. TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your maximum refund. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
Geico's motorcycle expertise means I'm covered by people who know bikes like I do. I'm happy as a clam.
Disclaimer, no conclusive scientific research has shown clams can experience happiness.
I just meant that I feel really good about my coverage.
I mean, even if you took the clam out for the best day ever, visiting the zoo, taking a scenic ride, knowing you're insured by specialists, and sharing a strawberry ice cream cone together, the clam would not feel happy, and your strawberry cone would taste sort of clammy.
Ew.
Geico's motorcycle specialists who know bikes like you to assume no liability for clammy ice cream cones. Geico. Expertise for your motorcycle.
Have fun, honey. I'll pick you up after practice. Okay, I have an hour. What to do? I should probably go to the store.
When you stop at golf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
We need laundry detergent and what else?
So you can think about other things.
Not paper towels. But what else do I need to get?
And with the Golf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Golf. It all starts here.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Network. This is WEEI.
The Red Sox debut for Michael Fulmer, big-time off-season acquisition here in Port Charlotte. The Red Sox lead at 4-1 as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Fulmer 31-year-old right-hander. Tigers, Twins, and Cubs. Rookie of the year in 2016, an all-star the year after that. You talked about it, Rob. This is a guy who has some designs on continuing as a starting pitcher. The Red Sox are thrilled to have him for now in their bullpen.
He signed a 2-year minor league deal, was Rule 5 eligible, I think this winter. He didn't even know what that meant.
Here's the pitch to Jonathan Aranda. Swung on and fouled back to the machine because he came up so quickly and was in the big leagues forever.
As you said, well, Rookie of the Year. I mean, he's like last time I was on, I was Rule 5 eligible. I just made the team. It was no big deal. But he said, about a week before the Rule 5 draft, he finally figured it out, and he really didn't know what to make of it. And I got to be honest with you, I'm surprised the team didn't take him.
Here's the 0-1. Aranda that misses outside. Michael Fulmer, closely trimmed beard, which now is workable with the New York Yankees, who finally, after all these years, amended their facial hair policy a day ago. 1-1 pitch is down and into Aranda, and it's 2-1 from Fulmer to Jonathan Aranda.
You can finally grow a beard now.
I couldn't. Never be a concern for me.
No. Couldn't do it.
It would take me many weeks to violate the old Steinbrenner policy. The 2-1 pitch is ripped down the right field line. Fair ball into the corner. That should be extra bases for Aranda. Loses his helmet spinning around first as Thompson goes into the corner to dig it out. Against Michael Fulmer, it's a leadoff double.
I will now accept offers from the New York Yankees to play for them.
Because until now, it was never going to happen, but now it's a total reality.
I mean, I have my standards, and when that came out, there's so many examples of that ridiculous facial hair policy impacting people and changing the.
Well, what about Darnell McDonald?
That's the one. If Joe was here right now, you would hear 15 minutes on it. Believe me.
We wish Joe were here. We miss him. We had dinner with him last night. He is down here in Fort Myers. He's been in camp, and nothing quite the same without a Hall of Famer Joe Castig. Richie Palacios, left-handed hitter, a little blooper in the left field. It's real trouble. Racing after it. Hamilton, he can't get it. It's a dumped-in base hit. The Rays have him at first and third with nobody out.
Yeah, in case people don't know what we're talking about with Darnell McDonald, I think that it may be the most notable one of them all, where you have a guy who grows out his dreads for years upon years upon years, and then he goes to the Yankees. Obviously, they say, sorry, you got to shave him off. Was it Jeter who told him he had to shave it off? I don't know. And somebody told him he had to shave him off.
You're telling the story.
Okay, well, I thought we were telling together. But he only lasts for a couple of days in the Yankees, gets released, has his bag, he kept the bag full of hair.
Here's Danny Jansen. Your hair is sort of looking dreadlocky here today. The pitch to Jansen is low into the dirt. Great throw from Narvaez. They got him. What a play. That was a breaking ball in the dirt, picked out an absolute missile to second. Carlos Narvaez is making a statement behind the plate today.
He sure is, and good tag by Vaughn Grissom. I mean, Narvaez, 2 throws, both super impressive.
That was awesome. We heard so many good things about him from the Yankees. Now the infield will come in. Good chance to practice this for the Red Sox with a runner at third and now 1 down. Fulmer throws, and Jansen, who homered his last time, takes a strike on the inside corner. That'll be one of the real through lines of this whole season. Red Sox, Yankees. Going into this season, it does feel like we got a chance to have that rivalry at a level that it has not been in 3 or 4 years as Jansen takes a ball inside 2-1. And Rob, Big League Baseball is at its best when the Red Sox and Yankees are throwing haymakers back and forth.
There's no question. That's why even the World Series, having the Dodgers-Yankees dynamic was awesome.
2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch is on the outside corner, 2-2. The Dodgers, of course, winners in 5 games of that World Series. That 5th inning where the Yankees completely fell apart, triggered by Aaron Judge dropping a fly ball, a routine play in center field. The Dodgers have added an embarrassment of riches. The 2-2 is swung on and missed. He got him. That was a great pitch from Fulmer. Something off speed, and Jansen is gone. They're 2 down. We take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Will Fleming and Rob Bradford, Game 1 in the spring slate. Red Sox having fun in Port Charlotte, Florida, 4-1. They lead. A runner at third with 2 down. Here's Curtis Mead, a very impressive right-handed hitter. He takes strike 1 on the outside corner. The Dodgers get Roki Sasaki. A lot of people thought that was sort of a fait accompli. They had basically every high-leverage reliever available on the market. The 0-1 pitch is low. We got Tanner Scott, many others, in addition to Otani and Yamamoto and Betts and Freeman and on and on. Deferred money all over the place. The Dodgers look primed to repeat in that NL West and beyond into the World Series. 1-1 to me. The pitch is inside and almost hit him, and it did actually. No, he adjusted the elbow guard, and it's 2-1. It's a coming discussion, if not real debate and problem for Big League Baseball, Rob. What the Dodgers have done to work within the rules. The 2-1 pitch is a fastball that misses outside 3-1. They get credit. They're operating in a way that anybody else could, but I think there's a growing sentiment that the sport is out of balance because of what the Dodgers have become.
Don't say out of balance. You know what that's code for lockout in 2 years.
No kidding. 3-1 with 2 down. The pitch is fouled off straight back. It does feel like labor, strife, and trouble is coming.
Yeah, and to go back to the Dodgers, how loaded they are, one subtle thing is, they go out, they sign Tanner Scott, then they sign Kirby Yates, who is perceived as one of the better closers on the market, to go on, and they DFA Ryan Brazier, who had been very, very serviceable for them, a legitimate World Series participant.
3-2 pitch is right low and outside. That looked like a pretty good pitch from Fulmer, but Meade draws a walk, and now Rays have him at the corners with 2 down.
To go back to the Yankees, I think it's going to be really interesting now to see them go either way. And I give them credit. They tried to make up. They were very proactive after Juan Soto with Max Fried. Devin Williams is a difference maker. Devin Williams and Luke Weaver, that dynamic, I think, is elite. But
Goldschmidt,
Bellinger, yeah.
2 down, runners at the corners, bottom 4. Pitch from Fulmer is drilled into left field. Anthony started in, now back in front of the warning track. He's there to make the play. And the inning is over. When we come back for the 5th inning, I'll tell you something that I had a hard time not laughing at from our friends in New York after Juan Soto left for their crosstown rivals. 4-1 Sox after 4 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Network.
Beat the burr in the newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cuffy sweaters, textured flannels, and go-to jeans. Get a great look at everything American Eagle has to offer by shopping in-store or online at ae.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call thegrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have fun, honey. I'll pick you up after practice. Okay, I have an hour. What to do? I should probably go to the store.
When you stop at golf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
We need laundry detergent and what else?
So you can think about other things.
Not paper towels. But what else do I need to get?
And with the Golf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Golf. It all starts here.
Ah, can't you see it? The world powered by solar and renewable energy. Here at Graybar, with years of renewables experience, we live in that world. Get in touch to see for yourself.
We are now ready to depart.
Book your visit at graybar.com. Yep, Graybar does that.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Network
on WEEI.
Roman Anthony to lead it off as we go to the top of the 5th inning. Red Sox leading the Rays 4-1. First game of the spring. It'll be Rafaela after Roman, but Anthony digs into the left-handed batter's box. Another new pitcher for the Rays as a fastball misses high to Roman from Ben Peoples. And it's 1-0 to Anthony, who's looked impressive so far. He's played a good left field. He was hit by a pitch his first time, then grounded out hard to second. Is next. The 1-0 pitch. He is outside. You know, it's interesting, Rob. If you'd asked me last September who had the best chance of the big three, Anthony, Campbell, and Meyer, to make the club opening day of 2025, I would have said this kid, Roman Anthony, who is pretty universally the top prospect in the game. The 2-0 is swung on a miss, kind of an awkward-looking swing. But because of the way the roster is built, all the outfielders the Red Sox already have in the fold, I think most people sort of think that maybe Campbell has the better chance of the three to break camp with the team. 2-1 to Roman is a little strike on the inside corner, 2-2.
I totally agree with that, Will. And you look at Marcelo Meyer, who I think has really impressed people so far early on, but he's really just played shortstop. I think his role right now is be there in case something happens to Trevor Story. He's not playing second, even though he's worked out at different places. I think that with Christian Campbell, as you said, definitively, hey, you know what? You have a shot at second base.
Marcelo's taking some ground balls at third. 2-2 to Roman Anthony. And Peoples throws, and Roman takes strike three right there. He does not do a lot of that, Rob. That is one of the great things about this young supernova. He does not strike out much. He's got a great sense for the zone, but he took one right down the middle there for the first out of the fifth.
And you go back to Christian Campbell, all these kids, they have such a good mindset. They've impressed everybody. You know, I wrote about this the other day, how day one of Bregman, they sat there for an hour in the cafeteria talking to Bregman.
Here's the pitch to Cedon Rafaela, who homered his first time. He takes a fastball outside for ball one.
And with Christian Campbell, it's incredible, Will, how far this kid has come. Look at back a year ago. We say, oh, have you ever played in the Great Field League? Are you kidding me? No.
He is not. The 1-0 pitch. He started in A-ball a season ago. A kid, as Rafaela takes a pitch outside 2-0. His college career interrupted by COVID like so many. He did not play a lot at Georgia Tech. Drafted a couple years ago, and as an older sort of prospect type last year, an absolute rocket ship a year ago as the 2-0 pitch misses 3-0 to Rafaela.
Once again, outside the top 30 prospects, not in baseball, in the Red Sox system, heading into last year. And he was one of these kids we would probably see showing up at 2 o'clock on the bus, walking around with a name on his back of his bad T-shirt.
3-0 pitch is a strike. You know something about a bad T-shirt.
Listen, I only have good T-shirts.
Only good ones with baseball isn't boring.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, true. By the way, my wife is here, and she's wearing her baseball isn't boring shirt. It's like a walk she got on the Jumbotron.
3-1 is a foul ball on the third base side. You know, you're talking about Christian Campbell. What's amazing is we knew about Marcelo Meyer. Roman Anthony, we'd heard a lot about him. The compensatory pick. He was a kid that the Red Sox raved about. His physical progress. They thought the sky was the limit for him. The 3-2 outside, and that's a really good sign for Rafaela to draw a one-out walk here in the top of the fifth. Campbell is unique in that we knew so little about him a year ago, Rob, and it started in about July, where so many scouts would say things to me like, you all keep talking about the big three, including Kyle Teal, who's now with the Chicago White Sox. You're missing the boat. There's a fourth, and he might be the best. Here's Carlos Narvaez, right-handed hitter, who takes a pitch outside for ball one. And all of a sudden, in almost hushed tones, opponent scouts would say, that guy is untouchable. He's a superstar-type player. He's got a kind of a different, funky swing, but he finds the barrel, and he has got everything you ever want. Here's a line drive into left field, and that's a base hit. Rafael around second. He'll head to third. Palacios over into the corner to dig it out, and Kyle Hudson gives the stop sign to Cedon at third. It's a double for Narvaez, who is having an amazing Red Sox debut, and the Red Sox have him at second and third.
Yeah, this is the Carlos Narvaez game, isn't it? But you're right, and the easy narrative for Christian Campbell would have been, oh, it's only a few months, oh, it's only a season. You don't hear any of that, and that would have been so easy for the Red Sox to say. But no, everyone's digging in on this guy is legit, he's unique, his swing is unique. One of the things unique about his swing.
Here's Marcelo Meyer, very cool moment with runners at at second and third. The pitch to him is a little bit low and outside.
And Julian McWilliams did a podcast for us in Baseball Isn't Boring, talking to Christian about who does your swing remind you of? Hunter Pence, an example.
I like the Alfonso Soriano.
That's a good one.
1-0 to Marcelo. The pitch is a little bit high and outside. And it is 2-0. All these guys, though, have such a cool temperament about them. They don't seem intimidated by the big stage. They mesh so well with the veteran leaders on the club. 2-0 to Marcelo is down in 3-0. Injury and health, the whole thing for Meyer. The talent just leaps off the page. And one thing you feel and notice when you're around him is this visceral confidence and leadership that he has. The 3-0 certainly got the green light. Is a fastball, high ball 4. So Meyer is on base for the second time, and now the bases are loaded for Vaughn Grissom. I said this 2 years ago, Rob, of Marcelo Meyer. He's the pitching coach for the Rays. Will pay a visit to the mound. Health is one thing, but if he is not a star player, then I don't know what I'm watching, because he has every element of a guy who just gets it, all the physical tools, the calmness that you could ever want.
Well, Alex Cora said this a couple different times. He plays the part.
Yeah.
And I know what he's saying, and he's not talking about Vinny Chase from Entourage. He plays the part. He looks like a star player, and I always explain this about his personality, because I've got to know Marcel a little bit, and you can joke with him. He's just the right amount of cocky.
Yeah. It's a perfect way to describe it. Here's Vaughn Grissom with the bases loaded. The pitch, swing and a high pop-up down the right field line behind first base. Could be a tough play back around it in Caballero, and the wind got a hold of that one, and it drifts foul and on the dirt, bouncing out of play. That's a good break for Vaughn Grissom. It is strike one.
And so I think the great part of this, we mentioned what an interesting spring training this is. But when we saw Marcelo play last couple of years, it would be these random games where they would have to drive up to Lakeland or Bradenton or something like that, get in the seventh inning, get in at bat maybe.
Vaughn Grissom takes time.
But these are guys trying to make the team. And I think that's a great thing, a great approach by the Red Sox in telling them, hey, Marcelo, you might think you're blocked it short, but who knows? If you tear it up, we'll find a spot for you to play.
Good problems to have. Bases loaded for Vaughn Grissom. 1-4-1 Sox as Vaughn takes the fastball high. And levels the count 1-1. Grissom today is grounded out to short and fly out to left. Marcelo has been such a big storyline in camp, and he's been right in the middle of the number one story. Everything going on with Rafi, the 1-1 pitch is way high because Tristan Casas the next day said the young kids probably shouldn't be on the team. The veterans have it handled. We're okay. Well, the next day, Marcelo, with everyone in the clubhouse around, went right up to Tristan and made a joke about it to sort of take the air out of the balloon. Grissom swings and misses. The big fastball, and it's 2-2. And I just think that little anecdote, Rob, tells you everything you need to know about a young guy in an old clubhouse and how suited he is to make the leap. 2-2, bases loaded, one down. The pitch. Swing and a chopper off the foot foul of Vaughn Grissom. He goes down to a knee. And appears to be okay. It stays 2-2.
Yeah, I think that coupled with what Anthony said, really along those lines of here, nothing changes. We're here to make the team, and you can tell probably when they're sitting there going out to eat or hanging out at their condo, whatever it is, and they see that come across like, hey, nothing's changed.
That'll come up tomorrow.
Yeah.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Vaughn. Base is loaded for the Red Sox. The pitch is high and outside, so here we go. Full count with the bases loaded. Make memories at Fenway with your group. Reward employees, bond with your club, or celebrate with family and friends at a Red Sox game. Visit redsox.com/groups to learn more. The carousel will begin here. Bases loaded. 3-2 pitch is strike 3. Ball one. Didn't think so. And I think, Rob, if that is a pitch thrown in a ballpark with the challenge system, automatic challenge, and it did look like a ball to me.
Yeah, that's a challenge. When you have the bases loaded like that, you have a potential run you can force in. Challenge that.
So he is called out on strikes, is Grissom.
I love the challenge.
It's beautiful. It's something baseball needs. I think people are going to love it, and I think it's a train coming down the tracks. Here is Abraham Toro, who takes the fastball up and in for ball one. For those who don't know, it debuted last year in minor league baseball. It's coming to the major leagues, and it works this way. Teams are given a couple challenges each game. Is very quick and easy to implement. The 1-0 pitch misses up and outside. The catcher, the pitcher, and the hitter can challenge. Takes about 5 seconds to verify whether it was a ball or a strike. And if you're right, you keep your challenges. It's the perfect way to improve missed balls and strikes. The 2-0 pitch is a strike to Toro on the outside corner. It's 2-1.
There are some rules baseball implements where you understand that a year from now, you're going to be like, why weren't we doing that? And I'm looking at the pitch clock for the first time, or it's in the end of the 5th inning. We're not obsessing over it.
2-1 is fouled back to the screen. It's 2-2. And remember how much conversation was around it. Now it's just in play, and no one thinks about it.
No, and even it starts at 18 seconds, and when they dropped 2 seconds off last year, when we were screaming about that, we're not screaming about it. And the postseason is the perfect example.
Here's a pitch to Toro that swung on a miss. He struck him out, so the Red Sox had the bases loaded with 1 out and do not score. We go to the bottom of the 5th, halfway home, 4-1 Sox. Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Network.
Warning, inflation is back on the rise. The national debt is spiraling out of control. The stock market has been at an all-time high, and wars continue to rage across the globe. Experts are predicting a massive economic crash for 2025, and you should be ready. Will you sit on the sidelines and wait, or will you take action today to help protect your hard-earned retirement savings? Right now, you can get a free gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco, where you'll learn why tens of thousands of hardworking Americans and even the world's central banks are turning to precious metals to help protect and diversify their money. Get your free gold and silver kit from Goldco by calling 855-GOLD-IRA. You could even receive up to a 10% instant match on bonus silver for qualified accounts. Don't let your financial future slip through your fingers. Learn why so many Americans are diversifying with gold and silver today. Call 855-GOLD-IRA. That's 855-GOLD-IRA.
Beat the burr in the newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cuffy sweaters, textured flannels, and go-to jeans. Get a great look at everything American Eagle has to offer by shopping in-store or online at AE.com.
Do I choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
You're listening to the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Network.
Now, back to the game on WEEI.
Michael Fulmer for a second inning of work as we go to the bottom of the 5th as Jose Caballero swings and fouls the first pitch of the bottom of the 5th off, and we are underway. It is 0-1 Will Fleming and Rob Bradford. It is so great to be in Florida doing baseball again. Real buzz and energy around this club. The 0-1 is a strike on the outside corner. You know, Rob, it's a rite of passage where folks from New England come down to Florida, and it marks the changing of the seasons, the renewal of hope and optimism. The 0-2 pitch is a ground ball to third. Sogard very easily gloves and throws to first in time. And Michael Fulmer, a good start to the bottom of the 5th. But it's hitting a little differently this year with a real chance for this Red Sox team to make some noise, to have hope for a big regular season and postseason run. And there's something about the first spring game, the warm climate, uniforms, you haven't seen them in 5 months, that really does give you goosebumps as the fastball's up and away to Taylor Walls from Michael Fulmer, 1-0.
It's the same way every year, and what's also the same is the desperate need not to overreact.
No question about that. A fastball is a strike, 1-1.
Which I do. I come down every year and I say, I'm not going to overreact to Alan Webster throwing 99, but I always do.
Did you see Sam Travis today? The 1-1 pitch is ripped into right field. That is down for a base hit. There should be a trophy. It's either the Sam Travis or the Bobby Dahlbeck award.
Well, you go back to last year, and we're trying to make roster construction, and this is another part of it, Will. We obsess over opening day. We obsess over it. Who's going to make the opening day roster? And last year, you had, remember, Bobby Dahlbeck beat out C.J. Cron. And poor Bobby Dahlbeck, I mean, he hardly played for the first few weeks.
Long last, Bobby has a new organization. And a loud left-handed hitter takes a fastball outside ball one. And look, not to make light of it, because baseball is the hardest game in the world to play. Hitting is impossible. Bobby, all the physical tools you could ever want to have. And in August and September, 3 seasons ago, not the best right-handed hitter in the game as Lau takes a fastball outside from Fulmer. And it's 2-0. And look, he just did not click with the Red Sox for a couple of years running. Got a lot of runway, a lot of opportunities. 2-0 pitch is a little bit outside. It is 3 balls and no strikes to Brandon Lau. I think you and I would both agree, Rob, that Bobby's a guy we both pull for and hope finds a home and excels and gets a real opportunity to sort of rediscover himself in the big league level. The 3-0 pitch is a strike on the outside corner.
He's in a good spot. I mean, he's with the Chicago White Sox. Obviously, a lot of opportunity there, and he feels like he corrected some things with his eyesight and finally diagnosing what was wrong with his eyes. But, listen, I mean, this is his chance.
3-1 pitch, swung on a miss. That was a really good changeup from Fulmer. It's 3-2.
And when you talked about Bobby Dahlbeck, how impressive he was, not only in spring training, but the run he had early on with the Red Sox. And that sort of goes to Tristan Casas, is that we all believe, I think Tristan Casas is going to be a really, really good player. But there always is that Bobby Dahlbeck scenario in the back of your mind, because Tristan Casas doesn't have a ton on his resume right now.
But the first throw to first of the entire spring season, Fulmer checked in over at first, a flip to Lau. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Fulmer at the belt. Ball's leading, not going. The pitch is chopped foul outside of first. Fulmer, how about this year, in 2016, when he was the Rookie of the Year, finished 10th in the Cy Young voting. 26 starts, 159 innings, only 136 hits, 132 strikeouts, and an ERA of 3.06. He, like so many injury issues through his career, the 3-2 has popped up into left field. Roman Anthony with the shades on into cloudy skies. Camps out underneath, and he makes the play. And there's one away. Tigers, Twins, and Cubs last year. Fulmer made 58 appearances, and he's going to get lifted here by Alex Cora, having reached his pitch limit. And, I think that Fulmer and Wilson and so many other bullpen acquisitions, Chapman among them, Rob, they fit the profile that Craig Breslow is seeking to find in the free agent market.
Yeah, sure. And I think that this moment, you see a smile and Fulmer coming off the mound. This is one of these moments where nobody's going to really be paying attention, but we should understand this guy spent the entirety of last year by himself in Fort Myers to rehab, understanding that he had no chance of coming back this year. And today was the first time he actually got to pitch in a game. And, I think that this is a pretty significant moment for a guy who, as you said, won Rookie of the Year.
And how cool that must feel for him to be back on a mound and to prove it to himself. By the way, donate like new youth baseball and softball equipment to Eddie Jordan's furniture location through their double play program, all to benefit the Red Sox Foundation's Nike RBI program. Play ball, the Red Sox. And Alex Cora, I've got a new pitcher on the mound. We'll tell you all about him when we return. Red Sox 4, Rays 1, bottom 5 in Port Charlotte, the Shaws and Star Market. WEI Red Sox Network.
Beat the burr in the newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cuffy sweaters, textured flannels, and go-to jeans. Get a great look at everything American Eagle has to offer by shopping in-store or online at ae.com.
This traffic is terrible.
When you stop at Golf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
I wonder if I could take 16th to Main Street.
So you can concentrate on other things.
or exit 20th to Grand, then cut over to Main? No, never mind, that would be way worse.
And with the Golf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Golf, it all starts here.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Network
on WEEI.
Jose Adames is the right-hander on the mound for the Red Sox with 2 down. The runner at first. In the bottom of the 5th is Eloy Jimenez is the pitcher, and safe to say Adames' Red Sox debut. A little shaky start, a pitch clock violation. Took too long to offer his first throw, and it is 1-0 to Jimenez. He's 32 years old, is Adames. Pitched last year in Worcester. 5 games after being down in the Mexican League, another one of these sort of reclamation projects by the Red Sox. Big, strong right-hander. Sets just above his belt. The infield playing this right-hander Jimenez. DePauli fouls it straight back at Eloy Jimenez, and it is strike one. You know, Jimenez last year went over to the Baltimore Orioles, produced early and then really fizzled with them. And I think the Orioles are a fascinating story coming in to 2025 as they get some pitchers back and healthy. They won one pitch. He is up and in. Did it hit him? Sure looked like it, but Jimenez says no. It goes to the backstop and advancing to second on a wild pitch is Walls. Orioles lose Corbin Burns. They swap out essentially Anthony Santander for Tyler O'Neill, which is kind of an eyebrow-raising move for Mike Elias and the Orioles. They got this new ownership, Rob. Ostensibly, they've got more resources, more money, but they've got this young core of loaded young players, and they, at least to me, have not added on enough high-impact players to run through their open window as Jimenez takes a fastball inside. It's 3-1.
I think when the new ownership came in last year, everybody was saying, uh-oh, the Orioles, here they come. They've developed, and now they're going to make their move.
3-1 pitch is fouled on.
They almost immediately, they make the Corbin Burns trade and say, okay, there you go. Now they're going to sign all these young players to extensions. That hasn't happened. You lose Corbin Burns. You don't get into with the big boys when it comes to free agency or even trades, and you haven't really replaced Burns with that big. They got Charlie Morton, then they got Sagano, a 35-year-old pitcher from Japan. But you know, if they got Dylan Cease, I think their conversation would be different. But they don't have Dylan Cease.
And everyone you talk to says, again, the Orioles, who are overloaded with prospects, are unwilling to part with any of them to make a deal like that. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down in the bottom of the 5th. Sox leading the Rays 4-1. The pitch, he is inside it and hit Jimenez. Wow, Adames does not have a great idea of where the ball is going right now. He nearly hit Jimenez on the second pitch he threw and then punts him right in the back there. And the Rays have 2 on with 2 out. The AL East, Rob, is going to be fascinating this year. The Yankees are the Yankees. I teased this and didn't pay it off. That's bad radio. And we were in New York for an event, and there are people with the Yankees who think they are a better team without Juan Soto, which is just an absurd notion. Now, look, is the vibe in the clubhouse different? Does Goldschmidt bring something they maybe didn't have? Do the additions of Fried and others help them with Devin Williams? That's debatable and probably true. Here's a pitch to Ricardo Genoves, who's a new right-handed hitter for the Rays. But to say any team is better without Juan Soto, in a world where he goes across town to your in-city rival, is pretty hard to take. 0-1, the pitch is swung on and missed, and it's 0-2.
Anybody who watched the World Series, watched their run to the World Series, and said that don't know what they're talking about. Because one of the biggest dynamics was getting through Juan Soto. You know, whether for the Dodgers it was Mookie, it was Freeman, it was Ohtani.
0-2 is a little outside.
For the Yankees, that dynamic was Judge and Soto, and Stanton was on a heater. But does anyone expect Stanton to do what he did in the postseason? No.
Especially now that he's hurt and we don't know when he might return. That was an incredible run for Giancarlo in the playoffs. 1-2 pitch is strike 3 called. He got him, did Adames. So Wild early, but escapes a jam. We go to the sixth inning, 4-1 Red Sox. More on the AL East when we return to the Johnson Star Market WEI Red Sox Network.
Can't you see it? A glistening 100-megawatt solar field begging to be built. Its photovoltaic modules and balance of system powering a renewable energy tomorrow that's squeaky clean. We know that unless you have the right supplier, that world might just be a fantasy. But here at Graybar, with years of renewables experience, we live in that world. Get in touch to see for yourself.
We are now ready to depart.
Book your visit at graybar.com. Yep, Graybar does that.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and a scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call thegrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Beat the burr in the newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cuffy sweaters, textured flannels, and go-to jeans. Get a great look at everything American Eagle has to offer by shopping in-store or online at ae.com.
Hair thinning can happen for so many reasons. Whether it's stress or hormones or anything, at Nutrafol we've learned that real change starts below the surface. Our hair growth supplements take a whole body approach and target the key root causes of hair thinning, so you can see visibly thicker, stronger hair in 3 to 6 months.
Hair growth starts from the inside at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Johnson Star Market Red Sox Network. This is WEEI.
Logan Workman, a right-hander, is on for the Rays. Trace Thompson, who's got a 2-run homer in the game for the Red Sox. Leading it off in the top of the sixth. It'll be Thompson, and Nick Sogard, and David Hamilton here in the sixth inning. In Port Charlotte, the pitch from Workman is swung on the miss by Thompson. Hard to hear the name Workman and not think of Brandon, who was such an instrumental part of the World Series win for the Red Sox. Huge cog of their bullpen for so many years. The 0-1 pitch is up and away from Trace Thompson, and it's 1-1. Also, the greatest on-baseball field football thrower I've ever seen.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, wow. I think he's now a real estate agent.
1-1 is drilled high into right field. Back on it is the Rays right fielder. That may not be Caballero anymore. Casually back to make the play on the warning track. And Thompson is retired. Let's see who's out in right now. It's still Caballero. There's one away. By a house from Brandon Workman.
Oh, free advertising. There you go. You know, and Logan Workman also has an Instagram handle, workdaddy_25. Basically, if you put daddy at the end of any name, it works on Instagram.
Sure it does. Here's Sogard. Lines one to second base. It is dropped there. New second baseman Lau is out of the game for Tampa Bay. That is Willie Vasquez, who just couldn't handle it. So E4 and Sogard is aboard. Can I tell you how much LiveBaseballScorecards.com has changed my life?
And between Brendan Workman's real estate ventures and websites, giving away a lot of free advertisement. Well, come on.
Updates automatically, immediately with all these changes, which for so long in spring training have given us a little bit of difficulty. Here is Hamilton. The pitch is fouled off on the first base side. We'll have Alvaro Hernandez with us for much of spring training. Excited to have Al around us. He is basically the human equivalent of Live Baseball Scorecards, but without Al, this website does a pretty good job of telling you that Willie Vasquez is the guy who just booted the ball at second base. Hamilton's had a nice day. The pitch to him is popped up into shallow left field. Back on it goes the Rays' third baseman, and into the grass Meade goes to make the play. Hamilton is gone, and they're 2 away.
Speaking of Alvaro, can I just tell you what fine work McFarland Energy does for HVAC problems? I mean, let me just tell you, Will.
Let's hear it.
Well, I just told you.
That's it. That's the pitch.
Every time I'm happy, I yell McFarland. All you need to know.
I think our fans on radio have heard a little bit about that this afternoon. Here is Roman Anthony. 2 down. Red Sox leading 4-1 in the top of the sixth. Sogard leading at first. Workman throws and a check swing from Anthony. Couldn't hold up. He's frustrated with himself on Monday. We say this every year, Robin. These games, look, they throw the rankings out, all the touting of prospects to Meyer, Anthony, and eventually Campbell. These games matter in front of Alex Cora. 0-1, the pitch is a little outside, 1-1.
Well, I think that's the unique dynamic this camp also has, is that there's not a lot of easing into things. A lot of first impressions have to last for over the next 5 weeks. And one of the interesting things, they're going to have the starters really go 5 innings out of the whack at the gate.
1-1 pitch misses outside. Yeah, I think that's such an important point, Robin. It's another example of how Alex Cora continues to grow as a manager. He is self-critical. He evaluates the best way to do things. 2-1. Pitch is outside. We all remember 19 when they didn't really use their starting pitchers after the World Series win, how that backfired right out of the gates. The next year they changed completely. And now we have, as you say, the position players are going to play 5-6 innings immediately right out of the gates in camp. 3-1 with 2 down to Roman Anthony with Sogard at first. The pitch is drilled into the gap in right center field, and that is down for a hit. Sogard rounds second. He's into third. That's a beauty from Roman Anthony. And the Red Sox have him to first and third.
Well, there's a dose of Roman Anthony right there. Just turning, looked like a fastball, hitting into the right center field gap, line drive, sweet swing. I mean, he just uncoils, and he's a big guy, so you can see how that can translate not only to those sort of line drives, but putting it over the fence as well.
So here now Cedon, who's homered today, first and third with 2 down. 4-1 Red Sox in the 6th. Spring opener here in Port Charlotte. The pitch to Cedon, swinging a foul straight back. His swing really is a thing of beauty, Rob, and it does look so effortless. There is easy power for Roman Anthony.
Once again, he's trying to make the team. And it goes back to what we were just saying. Every one of these games matters.
The ball's going to strike the pitch. Cedon fouls it at his feet. It's 0-2.
It was unheard of before when you had guys, the majority of the team, I'll play 1 inning here, 2 innings there, starters 2 innings out of the gate, then we get to 3. That's all out the window. And this is going to be a very, very competitive camp from the get-go. And every time these guys show up, they know that this is an important moment in their professional lives.
0-2 to Cedon. Runners at first and third. The pitch is a little comebacker to the mound. Workman, gloves, plants, throws to first. A fastball in time to get Cedon. And the inning is over, so the Red Sox stranded a pair. And after 5.5 innings, the home of the Rays. 4-1 Boston. Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Network.
Geico's motorcycle expertise means I'm covered by people who know bikes like I do. I'm happy as a clam.
Disclaimer. No conclusive scientific research has shown clams can experience happiness.
I just meant that I feel really good about my coverage.
I mean, even if you took the clam out for the best day ever, visiting the zoo, taking a scenic ride, knowing you're insured by specialists, and sharing a strawberry ice cream cone together, the clam would not feel happy, and your strawberry cone would taste sort of clammy.
Ew.
Geico's motorcycle specialists who know bikes like you do assume no liability for clammy ice cream cones. Geico. Expertise for your motorcycle.
Beat the burr in the newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cuffy sweaters, textured flannels, and go-to jeans. Get a great look at everything American Eagle has to offer by shopping in-store or online at ae.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have fun, honey. I'll pick you up after practice. Okay, I have an hour. What to do? I should probably go to the store.
When you stop at golf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
We need laundry detergent and what else?
So you can think about other things.
Not paper towels. But what else do I need to get?
And with the Golf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Golf. It all starts here.
You're listening to the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Network
On WEEI.
Robert Stock is on the mound for the Red Sox here as we go to the bottom of the sixth inning. 4-1 Boston. A lot of defensive changes for the Sox as Matthew Etzel, a left-handed hitter, takes a fastball for a strike from a guy who's back in the fold. Robert Stock, he looks leaner, kind of a star in the Mexican League a year ago, guy who pitched for the Red Sox in that COVID season of 2020, a converted catcher. Sets of the belt working much more quickly, and an 0-1 pitch misses low to Etzel, and it is 1-1.
What a great story. Robert Stock is 35 years old. As you said, won the Triple Crown in the Mexican Winter League.
Here's a ground ball, a lot of hop to first. What a diving stab over there at first base. Beautifully done by Nathan Hickey. He flips to the covering Stock in time. Flashing leather, and there's one away.
Oh, you're talking about a shortage of first basemen. That's why Nathan Hickey, a catcher, is out there at first base. You might be seeing more time at first base making plays like that.
He's used to picking them out of the dirt. By the way, Christian Campbell is in. He is the second baseman. All eyes on him. Sebi Zavala is the catcher now for the Red Sox. Justinson Garcia, the password, is in center field for the Sox as the left-handed hitting Logan Driscoll takes a pitch from Stock. And in ball one, Tyler McDonough is out in left field. So Roman Anthony, what a new world it is for him. He gets lifted in the sixth inning, takes the early bus home. Driscoll takes a pitch down and in. And it's ball one, David Hamilton. On the live scorecard, they have him still in the game, but he is out. The Red Sox do have a new shortstop. We'll tell you who that is in just a moment. The 1-1 pitch is outside from Stock to Driscoll, and it's 2-1.
Robert Stock, as we said, has bounced around a lot. Now he has come back just in his last few months, really developed as a sidewinder.
2-1 pitch is a strike on the outside corner.
A guy who, as you said, Will, when he was drafted by the Cardinals, was one of the most highly regarded catchers out there, second-round pick, developed into a pitcher, threw 100 miles an hour. Doesn't throw that hard anymore, but throws from a dramatically different angle.
2-1 popped up on the infield on the right side. Here comes Christian Campbell. And he will be called off by the new Red Sox shortstop who makes the play. That young man is Abraham Liendo, who is the shortstop for the Sox. Captain of the infield, and just like that, 2 down.
And before Robert Stock is another quick out here, we have to cite one of the greatest tweets ever from a player's wife to September 1st, 2020. Aaron Kessler had responded to a Robert Stock appearance. I implore you all to put the Red Sox game. They have this dude, Robert Stock, pitching.
Brendan Taylor takes a ball inside from the aforementioned Robert Stock.
And he looks like he's twice divorced and completely given up on life. I can't stop watching him. It's transfixing. To which Sarah Stock responds, 0 times divorced, but if he keeps walking the leadoff batter, I'll consider 5.
Another great diving play by Nathan Hickey over at first. A grounder over the bag, flips to Stock. We love his wife, and we love those plays. That was beautifully done by Hickey over at first base, helping out Rob Stock. No divorces and 3 outs here in the inning. We're through 6. The Red Sox lead the Rays 4-1 on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
Hey, facility managers. At Graybar, we're not just one of the largest distributors of electrical and datacom parts in North America. We're your connection to help make your buildings smarter. We work with best-in-class manufacturers to supply products for wireless, security, renewable energy, lighting, and critical power solutions. And we have a network of integrators nationwide that can help make it work all together. So, the next time you're thinking about making your building smarter, think Graybar, and we'll help you get connected. Visit graybar.com/connected buildings to learn more.
Geico's motorcycle expertise means I'm covered by people who know bikes like I do. I'm happy as a clam.
Disclaimer. No conclusive scientific research has shown clams can experience happiness.
It just meant that I feel really good about my coverage.
I mean, even if you took the clam out for the best day ever, visiting the zoo, taking a scenic ride, knowing you're insured by specialists, and sharing a strawberry ice cream cone together, the clam would not feel happy, and your strawberry cone would taste sort of clammy.
Ew.
Geico's motorcycle specialists who know bikes like you do assume no liability for clammy ice cream cones. Geico. Expertise for your motorcycle.
Beat the burr in the newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cuffy sweaters, textured flannels, and go-to jeans. Get a great look at everything American Eagle has to offer by shopping in-store or online at ae.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away, so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call thegrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Well, we go into the top of the 7th inning. Changes all over the place for the Red Sox, who had a huge laugh with Nathan Hickey in the third base dugout after 2 brilliant defensive plays. Here's Seby Zavala, Major League journeyman with Mariners and White Sox. He is in there for the Sox. Right-handed hitter fouls the first pitch off. The end of the third base dugout, and it's quickly 0-1.
Well, Will, you're an expert at guessing exit velocity. You're the best in the biz. I'm going to ask you to guess Austin Vernon's height and weight, the pitcher for the Rays right now.
He is a monster on the mound. He's got long, flowing hair. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch is swung on and missed. And it is quickly 0-2 to Seby Zavala with Meyer waiting out on deck.
You're really prolonging this.
I mean, I get some time to think about it, don't I? You need me to just hot shot it?
I feel like there's like some...
I think he's 6'4" would be my guess. The weight is a little bit of a harder decision. Weighed down big time by long hair as the 0-2 pitch misses down and away from Zavala.
He has about 15 pounds of hair. That's fair.
So is he 6'4"? Is that right?
No, it's not correct.
All right. I'll say he is...
Not keen early on.
I'll say he is 245 pounds. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Zavala. The pitch is a little bit outside, 2-2.
6'8", 260 pounds.
Yeah, monster. Big dude on the mound. 6'8". I'm gonna look up at him. That doesn't happen very often.
With the hair.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a chopper. Foul outside of third. I think probably, Rob, the fact that he is so big, like thick and strong, he doesn't look like most 6'8" guys do.
No, he looks 6'8".
Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, and Zavala is gone. So 1 down here in the top of the 7th, and probably our last look here at Marcelo Meyer.
Yeah, it is. And they go back to Seby Zavala, was another guy who is in the mix for that backup catching job, although Narvaez really, I think, took a huge step in the right direction in that conversation.
He looked great. So here's Marcelo. Has not really had too many chances to impact the game here today. A foul on the third base side. Play fan dropped it. But Marcelo comes to bat for the walk. Missed the bat on his left shoulder. Now bobs it up and down. 0-1 to Marcelo. Pitch. No. 1-1. We were talking about the AL East and how the Yankees added Fried and Goldschmidt and Bellinger and Williams, losing Juan Soto to the New York Mets. Incidentally, by the way, talking about redundance, Soto homered his first Mets spring at bat as a 1-1 pitch is fouled off on the third base side. So Soto goes deep for the Mets. Of course, they got some pitching issues themselves, the injuries in their starting rotation. Steve Cohen, and yet another huge free agent splash. The Mets brought back Pete Alonso, too. Manaea back in the fold. The 1-2 to Marcelo, drilled into the gap in left center field. This thing's got some carry on the run. The center fielder dives and makes a spectacular play. Simpson robs Meyer of extra bases. Brilliant play. And there are 2 away.
Marcelo's just smiling, and you know what? In case you aren't familiar with Chandler Simpson, you better get used to him because he is a very, very unique guy, infielder turned outfielder, but maybe the fastest guy in baseball right now. Had over 100 steals in the minor leagues last year.
107 as Meyer greeted by Anthony in the third base dugout. And here's the other of the 3 horsemen. Here is Christian Campbell, right-handed hitter. Closed off stance, so much power. The right-hander takes a fastball down and in from the 6'8". Austin Vernon, and it's 1-0.
We talking to Rich Hill, who played with Chandler Simpson in the Premier 12 tournament.
1-0 inside. That is ball 2 to Christian Campbell.
And he said that it was one of the fastest guys that he ever played with, but also just unbelievably impressive. And I was really looking forward to seeing him play, and there's an example why.
He hit it off. 2-0 to Christian Campbell, one of the storylines in spring training. The pitch is swung on and missed. A violent rip and a slider, and it's 2-1. We were talking about Juan Soto, and I do think that Campbell has a little Soto in him in the way that he takes pitches. He gets himself in a position to hit, and he can take late. The 2-1, a chopper toward third, and it drifts foul, and it's 2-2.
Well, we had mentioned the analogies that we had toward his swing in Alonso Soriano, Hunter Pence. But when you watch him, what strikes you, and I think the Soto thing is a good example, Will, is that he fully commits to a swing until he doesn't. You know, there isn't a halfway until he has the ability to hold up, which is, I think, not a lot of hitters are able to do that.
No doubt, it is a rare gift. 2-2 to Campbell. Waggles the bat behind his right ear. The pitch is low and outside. That was another good take. Close pitch. And it's 3-2. That attribute, Rob, that thing right there is one of the reasons the Red Sox and all of baseball love this kid. He knows the strike zone. 3-2. The pitch is in the dirt, and Christian Campbell draws a walk on a slider in the dirt.
Not to belabor the Chandler Simpson conversation, but I do want to say specifically exactly that he had 104 stolen bases last year.
Amazing.
104.
The rules help, but 104 is quite a number. Here is Nate Eaton, right-handed hitter, making his Red Sox spring debut with Garcia, the password on deck. The fastball misses to Eaton, high for ball 1.
Speaking of stealing, running, see if we're going to get anything going with Christian Campbell right now.
Not going here. The pitch is fouled back from Eaton, and it is 1-1.
This is funny because you have Roman Anthony and Marcel Meyer, I think, have sort of similar personalities, and they're very friendly with Christian Campbell, but definitely a different personality.
He stole 20 bases at a couple levels in the minor leagues last year. A foul ball by Eaton at the end of the bat, and it is now 1-2. Actually, I sold him short 24 bags. Swiped by Campbell. You're right. Christian kind of keeps to himself a little bit more. Those other two more outward personalities.
Well, we joke a lot with Marcelo and Roman. Christian Campbell is like, you compliment him and say, thank you so much.
1-2 is swung on and missed. He is gone. It's Eaton. And the inning is over. Campbell stranded on first. Like good manners.
Ray's right. I like it.
Wish we had better manners in this booth. We go to the 8th inning, the bottom of the 7th, rather. The Red Sox at the stretch lead the Rays 4-1 in the Shots and Star Market. Tell you we got a Red Sox network.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer. Geico's motorcycle expertise gives me the coverage I need, like 24/7 claims. I'm on cloud 9.
Disclaimer, clouds are wholly unable to support the weight of an adult human.
What's happening?
Furthermore, clouds are not numbered. Even if you procured a jetpack and searched, you'd find no cloud numbered 9. However, at that altitude, you'd likely befriend a flock of migrating snow geese.
Geese?
Who'd encourage you to leave your 24/7 Geico motorcycle claims insurance behind, as they would take you in and even share their dinner of crickets and clovers with you.
Ew.
Geico assumes no liability for any indigestion that may occur from a clover cricket dinner. Geico, expertise for your motorcycle.
Beat the fur in our newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cozy sweaters, comfy flannels, and your favorite trend-right jeans. Visit American Eagle in store or shop online at ae.com.
Okay, business leaders, are you playing defense or are you on the offense? Are you just, excuse me, hey, I'm trying to talk business here. As I was saying, are you here just to play or are you playing to win?
If you're in it to win, meet your next MVP. NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is your full business management system in one suite. With NetSuite, you're running your accounting, your financials, HR, e-commerce, and more, all from your online dashboard. One source of truth means every department's working from the same numbers with no data delays. And with AI embedded throughout, you're automating manual tasks, plus getting fast insights for your next move. Whether you're competing on your home turf or looking to conquer international markets, NetSuite helps you get the W. Over 40,000 businesses have already made the move to NetSuite, the #1 cloud ERP.
Right now, get the CFO's Guide to AI and Machine Learning at netsuite.com/go. Get this free guide at netsuite.com/go.
Okay, guys.
We're right back to the Sox. You're listening to the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Network
on WEEI.
Well, welcome back, everybody. It's Charlotte Sports Park. The Red Sox are leading the Tampa Bay Rays by a score of 44-1. Giovanni Cruz is the new pitcher for the Red Sox. And all of your play-by-play action is Will Fleming.
Here is Chandler Simpson, who made that great catch robbing Meyer. Fastball is a strike, I think. There was a pitch clock violation. So it's now 1-1. The next one comes home, and it is fouled off on the third base side. Now 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I almost want to see this guy get on base just to see what made him tick when it came to those 104 stolen bases.
Giovanni Cruz, the right-hander. It's spring training. You're allowed to want that. Let's see him run a little bit. 0-2 is a ball. And actually now 2 balls and 2 strikes after the violation. Simpson is one of the next wave of young prospects for these Tampa Bay Rays. 2 years ago, they scored 800 runs, had that prolific home run blasting offense, and they fell off a cliff a year ago. The 1-2 is chopped to the third base side. It is beautifully gloved off the run throw, not in time because Simpson looks like Usain Bolt down the line. No chance to make a play and an infield hit to lead off the bottom of the 7th.
You know, that was a play where the third baseman's charging and he makes a really nice play on a short hop. Expertly transfers it from glove to hand. And Chandler Simpson beat it still by a step and a half.
That was Tyler Miller, and he made a great play and had no chance. That was cool. I'm with you. He should run right here, and I bet he will. I almost wish Narvaez were still in the game, given what he's shown, and Simpson took a huge secondary lead on a pitch in the dirt. Zavala knows what's going on down at first. He looked that way, and it's 1-0.
But I think about Chandler Simpson, he hit 355.
That'll play. Big lead at first, held by Hickey. Not running. The pitch is on the ground into right field, a base hit. Simpson loses the helmet, spins around second, easily into third with a head-first slide. And that is speed in play. The Rays have him at first and third. You know, Rob, we saw this last year with Duran and Hamilton, how much speed can impact the game with the rules the way they are. That's the way the sport is headed, and Simpson is fun to watch.
You go back a couple of years ago when David Hamilton was put on the 40-man roster, and a big reason was it because the rules had changed. They thought they wouldn't be able to take advantage of it, and really what it did, well, I think it gave David Hamilton opportunity to develop overall as a player.
So here's Tanner Murray. 4-1, the Red Sox lead, but the Rays really have something going here in this spot on the 7th inning. Giovanni Cruz, the right-hander, in some trouble from the belt, throws and a strike on the outside corner. 10-second station ID, Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The 0-1 pitch to Tanner Murray is a slider that misses outside from Giovanni Cruz, and it is 1 ball and 1 strike. The first game of the spring, Red Sox leading 4-1. Homers from Cedon Rafaela and Trace Thompson. Good stuff from Quinn Priester and Michael Fulmer on the mound. Robert Stock very good in his inning. Here's a little blooper toward short. Diving play. What a grab by Liendo. Picked it off the turf. And the first out of the inning, a sterling defensive play.
Giovanni Cruz is a guy who was in the San Diego system, but he is a guy who's going to make his way on that fastball. A fastball that approaches 100 miles an hour, which isn't a big deal. Will, we were watching live BP the other day. It's still amazing to me. Crochet and Chapman out there. One was throwing 100, the other was throwing 99 in the middle of February.
Willie Vasquez, the pitch is looped down the right field line. Real trouble if it's fair, and it is. It goes to the corner. Simpson scores. Rounding third and being held by Brayden Williams. It's an RBI hit for Willie Vasquez, and the Rays back within 2. It's 4-2. You're right, Rob. I mean, this is the time of year where pitchers are almost always ahead of hitters, but not in the way they are now, where everybody goes max effort in all these pitching complexes all offseason, and they are throwing as hard as ever in the first week of camp.
Yeah, everything's measured, everything. It's kind of a dangerous thing, I'm going to be honest with you, where I feel like every single time out, so many things are measured. There's so much expectations, and that you've got to have a certain break, you've got to have a certain velocity. And what they do is they put a screen right up at every single mound and every single bullpen. So after every single pitch, the pitcher can look back and say, well, I threw it this hard, I spun it this hard, they had this much depth. So the next time, they're going to try even harder. There is no room for interpretation when it comes to effort.
There's Trace Barrera with the infield in, right-handed hitter. Cruz in some trouble, breaking ball in the dirt. You know, both Alex Cora and Craig Breslow have been pretty thoughtful about this. When you listen to them, you sort of read between the lines, Rob. I think both of them understand that this is where the game is, and velocity is king, and all these pitchers, you can't prevent them from working in the offseason in the way that they do. I think they both, though, sort of express some concern in the way that you just did. The 1-0 pitch is a little bit outside. Those who work at Driveline talk about the data says the people who work with us and all these facilities, they get injured less than others, but the overall picture seems to be pretty clear. The harder these guys work to max spin and velocity, the more they get hurt. The 2-0 pitch is up and away, and it's 3-0.
Unfortunately, Will, I think there's an acceptance that guys are going to get hurt. Yeah. And they're saying that, I don't know if they'll say it out loud, but the understanding is that you're going to get hurt. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah. It's amazing how many conversations exactly like that I've had. 3-0 is a blooper into left field, and on the run, a diving trap out there by McDonough. This will get 1 run home. The throw to the plate, and it is not in time. A sliding play there by Vasquez. The throw appeared to be in time, but the Rays have tied the game at 4 on a blue hit by Trace Barrera.
Well, I thought they had him at home. I mean, they had the relay. Miller had it about 30 feet from home plate, makes the connection with Zavala. Zavala was just far enough where he couldn't get the sweep in time to get him.
It's one of those where when the throw arrives, you almost assume that they got him at the plate, but not the case. So tied at 4 here in the bottom of the 7th. And on 1 out, Cruz is really struggling. Here's Ricardo Genoves, right-handed hitter. He spiked that one 4 feet in front of the plate. Nice pick by Zavala, but he's in a rut right now. Is Cruz, and it's 1-0. I have heard people say out loud that thing you're saying, which is, number one, these pitchers who make it to the big leagues would not be in the major leagues were it not for these velocity programs and all of the things we're doing to create them as the 1-0 pitch is fouled back. In other words, we are better at making pitchers. They wouldn't have this opportunity. And if they break, guess what? The conveyor belt brings another wave coming down the line.
And to be honest with you, Will, the level of
here's the 1-1 pitch up the middle, caught by Campbell behind the bag. That's an encouraging read and play. Hot shot, 2 down.
The level of acceptance with what you just said is the thing that sort of scares me.
Me too.
And there is absolutely an acceptance, and I'm not talking about an acceptance among fans. I'm talking about the people who are implementing this stuff. And we see it in bullpens, right? Where you're just rotating guys in. Boom, 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 boom.
Tied at 4, bottom 7. 3 Rays runs in here as Matthew Etzel, a left-handed hitter, takes a fastball outside for ball 1. It's a bigger conversation. It's a huge problem for the sport. Starting pitchers hurt. Starting pitchers leave the game earlier and more often than ever before.
Makes it sort of hard for fans to know what's going on the mound. The 1-0 pitch is a little bit low, and it's 2-0. But it's hard to put the genie back in the bottle. Baseball very briefly floated a ridiculous idea in the offseason to remove the designated hitter if a pitcher didn't go a certain length of time. They talked about a magical golden at-bat where you could put anybody at the plate whenever you wanted. One time, the 2-0 is skied into right field. And back there to make the play is Thompson. The inning is over, but the Rays tie it with 3 in the bottom of the 7th. 4-4 the score in Port Charlotte. With Jaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Beat the burr in the newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in comfy sweaters, textured flannels, and go-to jeans. Get a great look at everything American Eagle has to offer by shopping in-store or online at ae.com.
These days, work is in trouble. We've outsourced most of our manufacturing to other countries. And with that, we sent away good jobs and our capability to make things. American Giant is a clothing company that's pushing back against this tide. They make all kinds of high-quality clothing and activewear, like sweatshirts, jeans, dresses, jackets, and so much more, right here in the USA. So when you buy American Giant, you create jobs in towns and cities across the country. And jobs bring pride, purpose. They stitch people together. If all that sounds good to you, visit American-Giant.com and get 20% off your first order when you use code STAPLE20 at checkout. That's 20% off your first order at American-Giant.com with promo code STAPLE20.
Have fun, honey. I'll pick you up after practice. Okay, I have an hour. What to do? I should probably go to the store.
When you stop at Golf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
We need laundry detergent and what else?
So you can think about other things.
Not paper towels. But what else do I need to get?
And with the Golf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Golf. It all starts here.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Network. This is WEEI.
Well, we go to the 8th inning. Red Sox and the Rays tied at 4. Justinson Garcia, the password, is going to hit here. He had a big knock yesterday that keyed the win over Northeastern, a guy who absolutely burst onto the scene a year ago, one of the Garcia brothers in the Red Sox farm system, and he will lead it off here in the top of the 8th. Will Fleming, Rob Bradford, Joe Braverman is back at WEEI, Doug Lane in the booth here in Port Charlotte. It's just great to have baseball back on the radio. It is, and when you talk about Just Nixon, you know, I think that everyone calls him the password because of the spelling of his first name. Couldn't we call him the keyboard? It's really like what happens when you fall asleep at the keyboard and your head pounds it, and boom, blurts out a bunch of letters. La clave in Espanol, password. Here he is, right-handed hitter. Big, strong guy, takes a fastball outside for ball 1. His brother's a catcher, really good hitter, advanced approach. He blew out a knee rounding first base at the end of the minor league season a year ago. But these two Garcia guys, real chance to be a part of the Red Sox future. The 1-0 is a strike on the outside corner. We've been talking, Rob, about all the additions. Crochet, Bregman, Buehler, Chapman, Wilson. The fact that the Red Sox made some moves, free agent signings, big trades. The pitch to Garcia is a strike on the outside corner. And it is a ball and 2 strikes. I think that now that the offseason has come to a close and we're into spring training, Craig Breslow deserves so much credit, not just for the moves he made, but the way that he did it, because they did not add a ton of cumbersome salary going forward for a lot of years, and they kept this great minor league system intact. He had to bob and weave his way through a lot of stuff, even more than he probably anticipated, especially when it came down to the end with the Bregman stuff. 1-2, strike 3 called on the outside corner, borderline pitch, slider that rings Garcia up, and there's 1 away. I mean, the Arenado stuff was very real, and it was really balancing when they felt, okay, Bregman is or isn't going to happen, and we have to pivot to Arenado. And that, gauging that is difficult. The thing they had going for them, I think, Will, is that there were other competitors for Nolan Arenado. We've learned that since the Red Sox signed Bregman. The market has just dried up. The 1-2 is, rather, the first pitch to Nathan Hickey is a fastball that misses inside ball 1. And, you know, people in Boston have been waiting so long to see the Red Sox spend big again, which they did with Bregman, $40 million a year for 3 years. The 1-0 is in the dirt.
So that checks one box, but I think just evaluating the job that Craig did this offseason, Rob, it has to be said that Bregman thing was tricky and complicated. They waited it out till the very end, and I think he played and read the market beautifully. Here's the 2-0, and that is a strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, in case people don't understand what happened there, really, like they were flying blind because Scott Boras is not going to tell you exactly what the offers are or what the teams are. So you have to do your research. You have to get the back channel stuff going.
2-1 pitch is a chopper foul.
And I think what happened really was they knew that Detroit was really, really going to be aggressive on him, but they also had an idea that Bregman probably didn't want to go to Detroit. Okay, Toronto, probably similar, maybe not as aggressive as Detroit, but maybe give him the years. Houston was sort of the mystery because they were out. Now they got back in. But he still didn't take it. But I think that a lot of people in the Red Sox really thought Chicago, the Cubs, because they were taking the same approach in terms of short years, high AAV.
2-2 to Nathan Hickey. One down to the 8th. The pitch is in the dirt to the backstop.
And then you get to where the Cubs say, okay, well, what are we going to be willing to do that the Cubs aren't? That's where in that last week, what the Red Sox agreed to do was the opt-outs, which they did not want to do initially.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Nathan Hickey. He's played first base very well today. The pitch is popped up down the third base line, drifting foul, but in on the line, just in fair territory, is Etzel to make the play. And they're 2 down. The day that Bregman signed, Rob, you wrote a great piece on Odyssey.com about the way that signing signaled so many important things and why it was so critical to get that done. Signaling the spending, playing the market right, waiting it out. Bregman and Breslow kind of coming together at the right time as Abraham Liendo is a right-handed hitter who takes the fastball outside ball 1. To me, just about the most important thing is that Bregman desperately wanted to come to Boston. So now free agents are back in the market of wanting to be on this Red Sox club.
Yeah, it just changed the narrative in so many ways. Well, I think that's another thing that Red Sox had a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
I think he probably would have gone to Chicago, but he really, they knew that he liked Boston.
1-1 pitch is a strike on the outside corner.
And the small part of that, too, was a couple days before he agrees, his wife gets accepted to the program, 3-year program at Harvard.
1-2 pitch is low. Expecting their second child anytime now. April is the due date. And so it's a really cool family story that they get to come to Boston together.
Yeah, and I think to your point about people wanting to come to Boston, the narrative has changed.
2-2 to Liendo. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Red Sox down in order in the bottom of the 8th. 4-4. Port Charlotte in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Network.
Beat the fur in our newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cozy sweaters, comfy flannels, and your favorite trend-right jeans. Visit American Eagle in store or shop online at ae.com.
This traffic is terrible.
When you stop at Golf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
I wonder if I could take 16th to Main Street.
So you can concentrate on other things.
Or exit 20th to Grand, then cut over to Main? No, never mind. That would be way worse.
And with the Golf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Golf. It all starts here.
Ah, can't you see it? The world powered by solar and renewable energy. Here at Gray Bar, with years of renewables experience, we live in that world. Get in touch to see for yourself.
We are now ready to depart.
Book your visit at graybar.com. Yep, Gray Bar does that.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Network
on WEEI.
New pitcher is Shane Drohan as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, tied at 4. Logan Driscoll facing him, and Drohan, 2020 draft pick, fires a fastball for a strike, and it is 0-1. Well, Fleming, Rob Bradford in the booth. Doug Lane here with us in Port Charlotte. Joe Braverman, Zach Coe back at WEEI. As a check swing from Driscoll is not a swing, and it is 1-1. Fort Lauderdale product is Drohan, Florida State guy. The Red Sox thought very highly of, hard-throwing left-hander. He misses outside with the fastball, 2-1.
Yeah, taken in Rule 5, I believe, by the White Sox, and didn't work out there. Back with the Red Sox.
Not much has worked for the White Sox. 2-1 is a broken bat chopper to short. Liendo back in. Little lollipop throw over to first. Hickey came off the bag. That'll be a throwing error on Liendo. The bat shattered, landed behind Drohan. Liendo did the very hard part. Nice backhand grab, but then, for some reason, just eased the throw over there. And because of that, the leadoff hitter is aboard here in the bottom of the 8th.
You go back to Drohan. He was a 5th-round pick by the Red Sox in 2020. Of course, you remember that draft. There were only 5 rounds total. Scouted by Dante Ricciardi, son of J.P. Ricciardi, out of, as you said, out of Florida State.
Here's the pitch to Logan Driscoll, fastball high. That 2020 draft with only those 5 rounds. One of the main reasons last year's draft was so loaded because guys went back to college.
Yep, absolutely. And you look at that draft, it was so hard to scout. For the Red Sox, it was a unique draft. You had Nick York, obviously now traded to Pittsburgh as the #1 pick.
1-0 pitch to Taylor's swing and a miss, and it's 1-1.
But you took Nick York with a lot of people thinking that they didn't have a 2nd-round pick, with a lot of people thinking they were saving money so they could draft Blaze Jordan with a 3rd round to give him that money, which they did, and they got him. Jeremy Wu Yelland, who was a University of Hawaii product.
1-1 is popped up. Say that 5 times fast. That's fouling out of play, and it will be 1-2.
I tell you what, I see Jeremy every day when I walk in the complex. You can't miss him. Great kid. And he, 4th-round pick for the Red Sox out of, like I said, University of Hawaii, had Tommy John surgery. And then Drohan, which really had a great run for the Red Sox for a little bit as their 5th-round pick.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch is swung on a miss. Really good breaking ball from Drohan, and that is the first out here in the bottom of the 8th. All Red Sox games from April through July are on sale now. Don't miss matchups against the Yankees, Dodgers, and more. Secure your seats at redsox.com/tickets. Will and Rob will be with you tomorrow. The spring home opener for the Red Sox. Garrett Crochet will be on the mound. Alex Bregman will play third base. So many of the regulars should be in there for the Sox. As a fastball to Chandler Simpson is inside for ball 1. He's made a great diving catch in center field as Simpson. So beat out an infield hit. Left-hander, tall and lean. Waits, Drohan's 1-0. Is a cue shot to third. Another opportunity here for Miller. He gloves and throws to first just in time. You gotta be on your toes with that dude running down the line. Nice play. And they're 2 away.
It was. I don't even think Simpson was airing it out down there. He sort of looked 3 times. But he's going to be a fun guy to watch going forward, Chandler Simpson. Keep an eye on it. We always have these guys in spring training. I remember a couple of years ago, Will, we did a game when Shane McClanahan pitched.
Ooh.
We're like, whoa, wow, who is this kid?
Right here when he opened our eyes. Here's Tristan Peters, swing and a miss from this left-handed hitter. It's on 1. He will be back and fully healthy, McClanahan, this season. Ace of the Rays staff. Big part of their reason for some optimism this season. And most people are picking the Yankees and the Red Sox to sort of be the top of the AL East with the Orioles. The 0-1 is up and in. The Jays are such a puzzling team and such a fascinating story going into this season. We all know that Vlad Guerrero did not reach an agreement on an extension with the Blue Jays. This is his walk year, his final year of his rookie contract. The 1-1 is a strike on the inside corner. It's 1-2 to Tristan Peters. And it's the last year of Bichette under control. It's the last year with Vladdy. They've got all those starting pitchers, Gossman, Barrios, and others. With Bassett up there in Toronto, 1-2 is the count. The pitch is a ground ball up the middle. Liendo to his left, behind the bag, gloves, throws to first in time. And the inning is over. Nice job by Shane Drohan. We'll talk Blue Jays in the AL East when we come back for the ninth. 4-4. Sox and Rays on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox.
Beat the burr in the newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in comfy sweaters, textured flannels, and go-to jeans. Get a great look at everything American Eagle has to offer by shopping in-store or online at ae.com.
This traffic is terrible.
When you stop at Golf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank.
I wonder if I could take 16th to Main Street.
So you can concentrate on other things.
Or exit 20th to Grand, then cut over to Main? No, never mind. That would be way worse.
And with the Golf Pay app, you'll get exclusive offers like 5 cents off per gallon every day, along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Golf. It all starts here.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ah, can't you see it? The world powered by solar and renewable energy. Here at Graybar, with years of renewables experience, we live in that world. Get in touch to see for yourself.
We are now ready to depart.
Book your visit at graybar.com. Yep, Graybar does that.
Save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile and get fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. So whether you're playing a game at home, yes, cool, or attending one live, you can do more without spending more. Learn how to save at cox.com/internet. Cox Internet is connected to the premises via coaxial cable. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary, not an endorsement. Other restrictions apply.
The Christian Arcan Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
To the ninth inning, the first spring game, 2025. The Red Sox and the Rays tied at 4. Homers from Cedon Rafael and Trace Thompson. A good start from Quinn Priester. And now here is Tyler McDonough leading it off for the Red Sox against a new Rays pitcher. And Tyler swings and fouls the first pitch off, and in this top of the ninth inning, it's 0-1 to Tyler McDonough.
It's interesting. Guys like Tyler McDonough, Sogard's another one where players who play with these guys say these guys are really, really good players. And yet they have a really hard time cracking major league rosters.
Here's the 0-1 inside. And I think the same could be said of one of the pieces that went to Garrett Crochet for the White Sox for Crochet.
We're right in lockstep. It's amazing.
Chase Mydroth.
Chase Mydroth, absolutely. Although he's going to get a chance.
He is. 1-1. You could play for the White Sox. Pitch misses outside, and it's 2-1.
Why? Did they also lift their facial hair policy?
I meant physically. You can make your way onto the field.
I'm high on Will Venable as a manager.
Me too. I'm very happy he got that gig. The 1-2 is inside. I thought when he went down to Texas with Bruce Bochy managing that team, he would learn a lot from Bruce, but I thought there was sort of a wink-wink agreement where when Bruce retired, that would just be Will's job. But he goes to the south side of Chicago. 2-2 is ripped foul on the first base side. The Red Sox will see the White Sox both times in the month of April, and that's it.
Ooh, get them out of the way.
Lou Merlone makes this point, and I think it's probably true, which is early on, teams that aren't any good, they do have hope in April, so you kind of want to see them in August where they have given up on the season.
It's when the Red Sox saw the White Sox last year.
Ooh, 2-2 pitch hits Tyler McDonough on the right hip. And he is awarded to lead off the top of the ninth.
And you talk about the Rangers team. They not only lost Venable, Tim Hires, old friend Tim Hires, has moved on. He's a hitting coach for the Braves now.
Is he really?
Yeah, I just saw him. I went up to Northport.
Isn't Tim from the Atlanta area?
Yes, it's a great spot for him. I went up to talk to Chris Sale the other day, and Tim Hires walks by. I'm like, okay.
One of the great men in baseball. Here's Miller. He drills one high and deep into right field. It is way back. It is gone. A big fly for Tyler Miller. He jumped all over the first pitch And the Red Sox lead it 6-4. On the video board here in Port Charlotte, they had Masataka Yoshida, number 7 on the board, but that is Tyler Miller who goes deep, and he puts the Red Sox ahead in the 9th.
Congratulations to Masataka Yoshida for the first home run.
And what a blast that was from the 25-year-old Alabama native Tyler Miller. Ended last season with 4 games at Worcester, spent the bulk of the season with the Portland Sea Dogs. That was a blast. Now the first pitch to Sebi Zavala is a fastball that misses outside, 1-0. The Macho Man hits a home run when he's not even in the building.
It's amazing.
Marcelo Meyer, by the way, the DH, he stayed in the game the whole way. He's on deck, 1-0. Swung on and missed a fastball, and it's 1-1.
So Sebi Zavala, obviously in the mix for a backup catching job. He was playing for the White Sox. Speaking of the White Sox, a couple years ago, in a game that I just happened to be at Yankee Stadium, they were playing the Yankees.
1-1 outside.
And he was catching. It was maybe Sebi Zavala's greatest game ever, and I just happened to be there. I saved my ticket. It was a Sebi Zavala ticket.
Is this when you were recording one of your 900 podcasts with Joe Kelly?
It was a Joe Kelly related visit. Absolutely, he came in the game, but
2-1 to Sebi is fouled back.
So not only did Sebi hit 2 home runs in that game, but he caught 6 no-hit innings from Lucas Giolito.
Wow.
And then Joe came in the game in the 7th, and Kiner Falefa hits a routine fly ball that Luis Robert just let it drop at his feet.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a chopper up the middle. The Rays shortstop Murray throws to first in time. Zavala gone, 1 away.
But Giolito had reached, obviously, his pitch limit, so he caught, 6-inning no-hitter or whatever. And I forgot, I was talking to Lucas about this, is that he had pitched a no-hitter in 2020 against the Pirates. But he also said, look at this lineup that I faced.
And yet again, the Pirates did not do much to add to their team. What a way to waste a tremendous starting rotation. The pitch to Meyer is drilled foul down the right field line. Marcelo went hunting there. He got something to hammer. He did so, but he yanked it foul. And it's on 1. Now, this feels like the 9th inning of a spring game 2 years ago with Meyer at the plate and Christian Campbell on deck. 6-4 thanks to a Miller home run. A swing and a foul. Marcelo ready to rip. Back to the screen, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, he wasn't getting cheated. But just to wrap it up with Sebi, I asked him, I said, which was better for you? 2 home runs or catching 6 innings and no-hit ball? He says, catching 6 innings, no-hit ball from Lucas.
Spoken like a true catcher. I think Giolito is such a wild card for this Red Sox team. No balls, 2 strikes. 2 in, 1 out the pitch. Swing and a miss, he struck him out. Meyer blown away by a fastball there. And they're 2 down. We talk about positional battles and the fact that they got Gonzalez and Refsnyder and maybe Grissom and Hamilton on the bench. The same holds true, Rob, in that starting rotation. Even with Bayo and Crawford battling stuff, the fact that Giolito slots into that rotation and gets to not need to be the ace is such a luxury for Andrew Bailey. Here is Christian Campbell, who lines one into the gap in right center field. On the run, Simpson took another extra base hit away. He is bringing tears to the Red Sox top prospects here today. He is fun to watch. But 2 good swings from Campbell and Meyer. We go to the bottom of the 9th, 6-4 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Working hard is worth it if you're seeing results. And when it comes to working out, the same thing is true. You want the maximum benefit in the time you have, and that's exactly what Tonal is built for. And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system uses adaptive weight to learn from your movement and set the optimal weight for every move, adjusting in 1-pound increments up to 250 pounds, challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits. You can also experience a full body burn with the new Aero HIIT workouts, the perfect blend of heart-pumping cardio and strength. Plus, the new built-in Smart View leverages a high-resolution camera that lets you see yourself during your workout, analyzes your movement, and provides real-time coaching, just like a personal trainer. Right now, Tonal is offering our listeners $200 off your Tonal purchase with promo code 200TONAL. That's Tonal.com and use promo code 200TONAL for $200 off your purchase. That's Tonal.com. Promo code 200TONAL for $200 off.
Beat the burr in the newest arrivals at American Eagle. Crush the cold in cuffy sweaters, textured flannels, and go-to jeans. Get a great look at everything American Eagle has to offer by shopping in-store or online at ae.com.
Artificial intelligence, AI, it's all you hear about. But how far away is it? And what are the potential threats from AI that could totally upend the way Americans live their lives? What will it do to the job market? What will the unemployment rate be? What does it mean for data privacy or cybersecurity? How about the banking system or national security? The ECB has already warned about a bubble in AI stocks. Could this spread to other sectors? If you have $50,000 or more saved for retirement, this may not be the time to wait and find out. Learn how you could help protect your life savings using precious metals like gold and silver. Right now, you can get a free gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. On top of that, you could get up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver, but only while supplies last. Call 855-GOLD-IRA now. That's 855-GOLD-IRA. One more time, 855-GOLD-IRA.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Network.
Now, back to the game on WEEI.
Bottom of the ninth, Red Sox lead in their spring opener 6-4 over the Tampa Bay Rays. Tanner Murray in there against Shane Drohan. First pitch fouled off, and it is 0-1. I'm looking forward to getting the JetBlue tomorrow. Garrett Crochet will be on the mound. Alex Bregman will be at third base. Doug Lane will have the Sun Harvest OJ in the booth. The 0-1 is fouled off on the first base side, and it is 0-2. There's real buzz, Rob. I mean, we get to see Garrett Crochet wear a Red Sox uniform on the mound tomorrow.
Yeah, he's been an impressive guy so far. We saw him throw the live BP the other day, and you're reminded, man, this is an imposing guy in the mound. He was clocking in at 99 with a wipeout slider.
0-2 is in the dirt from Drohan. Did he swing? No. 1-2.
And, you know, and not that this matters at all, but for our purposes it does. This is a really good guy, you know, a really good guy who's engaging, a good personality, still young.
1-2. Low. To your point, Rob, I mean, character has always been a point of emphasis for this Red Sox front office. But Crochet, Bregman, Giolito, these are all sort of leader personalities who fit so well into that clubhouse. 2-2, the pitch to Tanner Murray. Swing and a miss. He got him nice. Off-speed pitch from Drohan. There's one away in the bottom of the ninth.
And, you know, one of my aforementioned conversation with Chris Sale, I asked him, I said, listen, there's only really two guys on this planet who can say, I know what it feels like to be traded from the White Sox to the Red Sox, but four players coming back from just me.
True.
And, you know, Sale was really good. He's like...
The first pitch to Willie Vasquez misses outside. It's 1-0.
You know, he understood the situation that Crochet's in. And
aren't the parallels incredible?
It really is.
1-0 pitch is down and in. By the way, we can't leave this broadcast without sort of talking about Wilyer Abreu. Alex Cora gave sort of an alarming update earlier today. Wilyer is dealing with a very scary viral infection right now. The 2-0 pitch is high in the air, deep into left field. Back on it goes McDonough, and just in front of the warning track. He's there to make the play. 2 down. The lab work is not real good, Rob. They are worried about Wilyer Abreu and when he might be right again.
Yeah, we just talked to him. Was it yesterday? He looks great. I mean, he looks like fit. He talked about he lost 7 pounds, but more than that, his body fat percentage is way down, and you would never have known. We really didn't know why he wasn't playing, and so now we have some insight to it.
2 down. Here's Trace Barrera, the last hope for the Rays. Drohan fires strike 1. The Red Sox leading 6-4. It's been a fun day. Homers from Rafaela and Trace Thompson. Anthony and Meyer have looked really good. The 1-0 pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Christian Campbell had a rocket caught in the gap in right center field in the top of this 9th inning. I would expect that everyone will be in there tomorrow. Casas and Story and Bregman. 1-1 pitch. He is swung on and missed. And that is the ball game. Beg your pardon, that was a 1-2 pitch, a pitch clock violation, and we are done in Port Charlotte. The Red Sox beat the Rays 6-4. What a way to open the spring.
Listen, this was a good time. We talked about at the beginning of the broadcast about how unique this spring training was. Well, we saw it here. We saw the prospects play. We saw some guys who were really intriguing. We saw some pitchers who we might actually have a chance to make the team, and it starts right here. All of it. We kind of saw a couple of home runs. We had some great conversation. It was this. This is great. Baseball's back.
That's right. And now you got Meyer and Anthony and Garcia and Campbell out on the field together. Rob, this hope is real. It's tangible, and they all look very good, I thought, today.
They did nothing to suggest, hey, what are you talking about? They're overmatched. You had Roman Anthony have a sharp single, the sweet swing right there. You had Marcel Meyer have a single, and, you could tell by his swing that he was on it. And Christian Campbell, such a unique swing from Christian Campbell. This is a guy I think a lot of people should really pay attention to. Your point, probably has the best chance of making the team right now, but also such a unique swing, and the reason why he has made such a rocket ship through the system and through the rankings last year.
All right, we'll take one break, come back with some final thoughts. The Red Sox beat the Tampa Bay Rays 6-4 in their spring opener. Lots to smile about here today. One more segment after this. Thanks for joining us for Grapefruit League action. We'll say goodbye right after this in the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
And we're back with Canva Presents Secret Sounds Work Edition. Caller, guess this sound.
It's a mouse click.
So close. That's actually publishing a website with Canva Docs. Next caller.
Definitely a mouse click.
Nice try. It was sorting 100 sticky notes with a Canva whiteboard. We also would have accepted resizing a Canva video into 10 different sizes.
What? No way.
Yes way. One click can go a long way. Love your work at canva.com.
Working hard is worth it if you're seeing results. And when it comes to working out, the same thing is true. You want the maximum benefit in the time you have, and that's exactly what Tonal is built for. And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system uses adaptive weight to learn from your movement and set the optimal weight for every move, adjusting in 1-pound increments up to 250 pounds, challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits. You can also experience a full body burn with the new Aero HIIT workouts, the perfect blend of heart-pumping cardio and strength. Plus, the new built-in Smart View leverages a high-resolution camera that lets you see yourself during your workout, analyzes your movement, and provides real-time coaching, just like a personal trainer. Right now, Tonal is offering our listeners $200 off your Tonal purchase with promo code 200TONAL. That's Tonal.com and use promo code 200TONAL for $200 off your purchase. That's Tonal.com. Promo code 200TONAL for $200 off.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Network. This is WEEI.
Red Sox win their spring opener 6-4 over the Tampa Bay Rays with Rob Bradford. I'm Will Fleming. You were right, Rob. We should not overreact to anything that happens in spring training. We fall prey to that every single year, so let's overreact a little bit. We talked about Anthony and Campbell and Meyer. They all look good. Priester was nice on the mound. In some ways, the takeaway from this game is that Carlos Narvaez really made an impression behind the plate.
It's that we look at the position battles and who is getting the upper hand. That's why these games are so important, even with the pitchers, with the relievers, whether it's Fulmer, whether it's Stock, whoever it is. But the position battle for backup catcher is very real. And Narvaez, what he did today was clearly show that he has great catch and throw abilities, on two different occasions. Obviously, he can swing the bat a little bit, has good experience with the Yankees in the majors. So, yeah, I mean, not to say Sebi Zavala did anything wrong, but if you're looking for guys every single day to take steps forward, that's the guy.
Isn't it so great to be back in Florida with baseball games in our lives?
Yeah, I mean, and the best thing about it is it's the shortest trip that we have other than the Twins going back. Yeah, it's a Saturday. There's no traffic. Everything, the clouds are parting. Everything's aligning, and it's No, but in all sincerity, it's great to be alongside here with you, Will. I mean, the fact that we just sit here, we've been doing this for a few years, sit here and we just talk, and we talk about stuff that we see, talk about stuff that we've been talking about, and it's just awesome. It just really is.
Great to have Doug Lane with us. Great to have Joe Braverman and Zach Coe back in the WEEI studios. And, you know, this is the official opener, Rob. They start the season here in Port Charlotte. Today was fun. To me, tomorrow is the real beginning because you get Garrett Crochet on the mound. You're going to see Alex Bregman in a Red Sox uniform for the first time. I'm sure Duran will be in there, Story, Casas, all the big names from a year ago. And I think it all comes together tomorrow at JetBlue in those beautiful home white uniforms with so much hope and optimism. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, man, I think the team that they're going to put out there is going to be obviously represented tomorrow more than it was today. And it is going to be striking. I mean, we talk about the importance and the narrative changer that was Alex Bregman, and it just is. We were so focused, oh, Trevor Story's back. That's great. That's super. But who was playing second base? What was Tristan Casas? Who was playing? We didn't even know what Jaron Duran was at that point. Cedon Rafael, a nice story. But now you have one of the best outfielders in baseball in Jaron Duran. You have one of the best infielders in baseball in Alex Bregman. You have Trevor Story now that we think is really, really healthy. You have potentially a really intriguing top prospect at second. You know, you have, you know, when William Abreu comes back, and if he isn't back, and we hope that he's okay, then oh, my goodness, the top prospect in baseball is sitting behind him in Roman Anthony. All of it, I think, is a reason why everyone's going to be excited tomorrow.
I think one thing that's really fun to watch, and this happens more at Fenway than it does in JetBlue in spring training, but those moments when the starting pitcher comes out for the first time, I really am looking forward to when Crochet takes the mound the first time and when Bregman comes to bat at JetBlue. Don't you think those are going to be kind of cool moments for us tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that this is such a cliche way of looking at it, but you know, we were saying, like, what jersey are kids wearing? Like, what jersey are kids going to wear? And you really haven't had that since Mookie left, let's be honest. And I think kids will wear a Bregman jersey. And I think kids will wear Crochet jerseys. And I also think that when you get your ticket, like we did when we were kids, we lined it up, who is pitching. And if you get the Garrett Crochet ticket, you were the big winner. No, and I think that's a dynamic that also hasn't been around for a little bit.
Yeah, I would also say after today, that there are going to be a lot of Meyer jerseys, a lot of Anthony jerseys, and a lot of Christian
Get them now,
Campbell jerseys.
Yeah, right? I mean, get them now, because the price is only going up in the next couple months and certainly a year.
Fun to be with you again, Rob.
Yeah, man. Let's go eat.
You're like looking on your GPS app, chicken wings near Port Charlotte.
I mean, I don't know where I can find chicken wings, but yeah, the spring training diet has kicked into full effect, and but again, I just love. It's funny because these days they start. People don't care about this, but these days are really long for everybody. They start at 8 a.m. The clubhouse opens at 8 a.m. And as much as it is difficult sometimes to wake up and get over there, once you walk in there, especially this year, there is a lot of good guys to talk about a lot of good things, and it never stops throughout the day. And tomorrow is going to be a perfect example of that.
We are so happy to be here. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us here this afternoon. We'll be back at it tomorrow, 1:05. Pregame coverage begins right at the top of the hour, 1 o'clock. It'll be Garrett Crochet in his Red Sox debut. Thanks to Doug Lane. Thanks to Joe Braverman and Zach Coe back at WEEI. For Rob Bradford, Will Fleming saying so long. Thank you so much for spending your wintry cold afternoon with us. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Please do join us then. Sunday, Red Sox back at it at JetBlue for the first time. The Bregman and Crochet Sox debuts. So long from Port Charlotte, Florida. The Red Sox beat the Rays in their spring opener 6-4. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
You've been listening to Red Sox Spring Training on the WEEI Shaws Star Market Red Sox Network.
This has been a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
Thanks for listening to this Red Sox broadcast. For more Sox coverage and analysis across all of baseball, check out the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast with me, Rob Bradford. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Miller, he drills one high and deep into right field. It is way back. It is gone. A big fly for Tyler Miller. He jumped all over the first pitch, and the Red Sox lead it 6-4. On the video board here in Port Charlotte, they had Masataka Yoshida, number 7 on the board, but that is Tyler Miller who goes deep, and he puts the Red Sox ahead in the 9th.
It's time for the Travis Thomas Show on Boston Sports Original. WEEI.
There it was, Miller's second round blast, 2-run blast as the Sox beat the Rays 6-4. Spring training is here. Oh, you gotta love it. Travis Thomas Experience coming at you per usual. After the Sox on a Saturday, it feels good. 617-779-7937, the number. You can also hit me up, Travis Thomas Experience on Twitter and the Gram as well. The big boys play the Blue Jays tomorrow. So Garrett Crochet making his debut, Alex Bregman making his debut. Exciting stuff. And that's where I want to start with the big boys, because what a week that was for the Sox. I mean, my goodness gracious. It all started with Raffy, which I'll be honest, I was really confused from the whole thing, the whole drama of it all, because I remember going back to winter meetings and all the off-season rumors were there. At the time, it was Soto and all the big names. And I remember TC from Nesson asking Alex Cora point blank about all these guys. And he asked Cora about Soto, and he kind of gave him a, generic answer. Whatever player we bring in, blah, 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 kind of stuff. Coach speak. And then when he asked him about Alex Bregman, he was like, obviously Raffy's at third base. How would you handle that, hypothetically, if you were to go get Alex Bregman? And Cora said, well, Raffy's our third baseman, so Bregman or anyone else who we brought in at the same position would have to play somewhere else in the infield. And I remember thinking, well, that's refreshingly honest. And then as time went on, you lose out on Soto, the Bregman rumors heat up. Remember, we were hearing Nolan Arenado as well. And so it was like, well, I wonder what is Cora still feeling the same way? And then it comes out that Bregman is open to playing second base or anywhere else that the Sox want him to. So it has been clear, at least to me, the whole time that Devers is playing third base. What's the big deal? What's the story? What are we talking about? And then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose when it's reported that, Bregman's working out at third. He's taking ground balls at third and second. And then it's all of a sudden Raffy's like, whoa, 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 what's going on here? So, of course, at this point, I'm losing my mind, because I'm like, I thought it was already discussed from the beginning that Raffy's a third baseman, but au contraire, because this happens.
Yeah, no, like I said before, like my position is third base. I don't know how they want to go about it or what they want to do, but I know that that's the position I get ready to play every day. And it's just, that's just my position.
How would you react if they asked you to DH? How would you feel about that?
No.
Can you translate that, please?
Just point blank, no. Oh, my goodness. Then there were reports, well, Raffy's not in the best of shape when he showed up down here. And, so I honestly am just confused. I really am. From the beginning, Cora's been consistent. Rafi's playing third. Rafi's playing third. Then all of a sudden, something changes. Then Rafi comes out. Hey, any chance you'll DH? No. Yeah, no chance of that. What? And then, of course, our guy, Tristan Cassis. Now, again, I defended this as well, even though I was a little confused. I said, listen, he's just standing up for a teammate. He's just standing up for his guy. I wish he had maybe just sat it out and maybe not, taken a page out of Bill Belichick's book and not said anything, but instead we got this gem.
I think it's Rafi Devers' position. I think he's the third baseman, and at that point, that's where it stands. And he's done it for, a really long time now. And I think he's only getting better at that position. I think his defense is getting better every single year. We don't know what the future holds, but we know it holds Rafi Devers. So I think he's got to play defense. It's going to keep him athletic, and he's going to hit because of, him being at third base. He doesn't know any other position. He doesn't want to play any other position, and he's going to fight for it, even if it's with any of the younger guys, any new guy. I think he's the best third baseman in the league. I wouldn't take anybody over him. So I think he should play third base. Yeah.
So you think Bregman should play second? Rafi plays third.
I think Bregman should play second base. Yeah. I think he's going to make the transition well. I think he's athletic enough to, and I think Trevor, is going to play an awesome shortstop.
Holy shnikes. I mean, all of us want our athletes to, be outspoken and be transparent, give us a little. He gave us a lot, didn't he? I mean, man, for a second there, it felt like he was Rafi's agent. Just the world revolves around him, and we love him. And then the definitive, yeah, Bregman should play second. Now, for the record, I do believe this was just defending a teammate. He went on to double down, 24 hours later. Like, look, I get it. You want to stand up for a teammate. That's your guy. Bregman's the new dude. But, man, I mean, shouldn't some of these guys just want to stay out of this? Like, isn't this kind of between Rafi and Cora? Because all along, between what Devers said, what Cassis said, the reports coming out, honestly, you know who the grown-up in the room in all of this is? Alex Bregman, who has just said everything right. I don't care. Wherever you want. I mean, his sound bites, we're not playing them for a reason. It's not juicy. Devers, you want to play DH? No. Okay, that's juicy. Cassis, that's my guy. He's our third baseman. Move Bregman, the new guy. That's juicy. Bregman. Whatever. Whatever Cora wants. I'm here to win. Look, it's been great this week having this story because we've been able to talk about this. And if you want to, obviously, get in here. Weigh in. 617-779-7937. What do you make of all this between Devers and Cassis? But even though it's great fodder for you and I to talk about, in the end, opening day, my gut says we're going to have Rafi at third base, and we're going to have Bregman at second, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. I mean, listen, I think Alex Cora is smart enough, and I've seen people suggest, well, maybe his loyalty to Devers will be the problem. I don't think it's loyalty. I don't think this will be much of a story if Devers comes out and plays well defensively at third. If he comes out, we know he can hit. If he comes out and he plays well defensively, if this lights a fire under him and he plays well, there won't be any issues. And I think Bregman, who has been consistent all along, saying I'll play wherever, doesn't matter, I ain't tripping, I'm just happy to be here, wherever these guys need me, he'll be just fine at second base. I mean, I'll go a step further. You all might think I'm nuts. If Trevor Story gets hurt, and we know that's a strong possibility, Bregman can play short. I mean, you can put that guy anywhere on the infield, and you're in good shape. So I'm not that worried about all this. In fact, I'll tell you my lineup now, just kind of off the top of my head. I could see, I'll go Cassis at first base, Bregman at second, Raffy at third, Story at short, and then, outfield, we already know, Duran, Rafaela. I'll throw Roman Anthony out there, who, by the way, played well today, didn't he? And then Yoshida at DH. That's to start the season. That's opening day. Obviously, we know things can change. If Raffy comes out and is struggle bussing defensively at third, I think Alex Cora then holds all the chips. I really do. I think Alex Cora can say, listen, brother, we gave you an opportunity here. You've been the third baseman for many moons. So, it's not working out. We're going to make a change. You're going to DH. It's not a discussion now. You're going to DH, and Bregman's going to third. But I believe Cora, and I think this is the right move, by the way. I think Cora is going to give him an opportunity to sort of play itself out. Put him at third, start him at third to start the season, and see what happens. And if it's sloppy and it doesn't look good, you have the ultimate card to pull. You're going to DH, Bregman's going to third. That's it. We gave you a chance. I think it's the right move. Now, we'll see how Raffy responds. I don't love the reports that he showed up out of shape to spring training. That's not great. But we'll see, right? Let's get to opening day and see what happens. Bob Nightingale, I thought, had the tweet of the week that set off so many conversations here around town. And I want to talk to you about that as well. Nightingale, I'm looking at the tweet right here, and it says, it's no secret that Vlad Guerrero Jr. has told friends that if he hits free agency, which at this point is when, he'd love to play for the Red Sox. Free agency begins in 8.5 months as Guerrero officially enters the spring training without a contract extension. Then just days later, it comes out that, Vlad Jr. and the Blue Jays are just miles apart. He doesn't want to be there. It's not going to work out. So if you're the Blue Jays, don't you have to move this guy? You can't allow him to walk out of your life for nothing, can you? And then he comes and signs with the Red Sox. I keep hearing everyone say, Trev, why would you trade for him? He's going to come sign here anyways. You know why? It's the same reason when you date someone. What's that song Beyonce has? If you like it, you should put a ring on it. It's the same reason. If you fall in love, you better lock it down. Because if you don't, another suitor could come in, whoop, and you're out of there. So think about this. A team who feels close to a championship or a playoff spot, whatever it is, they trade for Vlad Jr. They get him. They win. He likes it there. They have money. He's not coming to the Red Sox, okay? He's going to stay where he is. So I actually am of the mentality you should trade for Vlad Jr. yesterday. Forget the deadline. Go get him now. Go get him by any means necessary within reason. Are there guys on the team that could be had right now? Yeah. Have we heard a soundbite from one or two of them to start this show? Yeah. Are there prospects? Not the big dogs, but are there prospects within reason I'd be willing to give up for a Vlad Jr.? Yeah. Listen, if I'm the Sox, I called the Blue Jays already asking for permission to even, first of all, what would it take to get Vlad? And then I would have the conversations, what's that extension look like, bruh? I'm going NBA style. Sign and trade, baby. You're trading for him to ensure that you get him and keep him, and then the extension is obviously giving him what he wants, and that ensures that you keep him. I mean, I don't know what you guys think about this, but I would be willing to do that, to trade for Vlad